G'day, May 40 here. So I don't really want to tell you why I wasn't here last Sunday, because I was sick. And I don't want to tell you I'm sick because, overwhelmingly on the dissident right, illness is regarded as a moral failure. And that's how I was raised, essentially, as a Seventh-day Adventist. There was a big emphasis on preventative health. And I'm sure preventative health is a good thing, but you can have too much of a good thing. So growing up as a Seventh-day Adventist, hearing so much about preventative health, it was too much. And so I am primed. I am triggered. I just don't want to hear people saying, oh, well, 40, this is because you don't eat enough salad. I mean, 40, this is because your diet is terrible. 40, I can't remember the last time I was sick. I don't enjoy these narratives, and so I don't like going one down. I don't like declining in status, and I don't like hearing your moral judgments about how I'm sick because of some moral flaw. Right? I don't like it. I remember when I was basically bedridden with what was diagnosed as chronic fatigue syndrome, and I remember how people my own age overwhelmingly wanted to separate themselves because it's very disturbing when you're young and someone your age is basically bedridden by illness. It feels contagious. And I think we all naturally tend to want to separate ourselves from losers, which is why it's so important to have a positive self-presentation. And that's not something I am great at. Oy. Ouch. Painful. So I need to say something dramatic to grab your attention. So how about this? You should only believe people. Big, strict, broad declaration. You only believe people when they're talking about themselves, when they're saying something that is shameful. Now, that rule is not 100% true, but it's useful, and it's not original to me. Right? I got this from George Orwell. He wrote a 1944 essay titled Benefit of Clergy, Some Notes on Salvador Dali. And I know you're thinking, 40, please read to me this George Orwell essay. I just so love it when you read on these live streams. And I had a speech teacher who said, nobody wants to watch you when you're reading stuff. That is not good content. So George Orwell made a point in this review that has always stayed with me. He says, autobiography is only to be trusted when it reveals something disgraceful. And that statement doesn't have to be 100% true to be useful. There's some good use value there. And so he says, any man who gives a good account of himself is probably lying. And George Orwell believed that any life viewed from the inside is simply a series of defeats. Now, I think George Orwell was largely talking about himself there, because from inside his life was overwhelmingly a series of defeats. Now, sometimes I resonate to this, right? Sometimes I experience life as just a series of defeats and humiliations. And George Orwell used his own personal standard to criticize this autobiography of the artist Salvador Dali, because he thought Salvador Dali was brilliant, but he thought the artist was brilliant, but the man was disgusting. And he said that Salvador Dali's self-portrait was a fraud because it lacked the genuine self-abasement that marks an honest life story. Now, why do I resonate to this? Why do I love this? When you get a story, a narrative, and you love it, why? Because it meets my needs, because I have a huge part of me that just wants to parade my self-abasement, just wants to abase myself to the most intense degree. So to George Orwell, right, if you want to write about yourself, right, this usually comes from a desire to look good. And there have been academic studies, probably even peer-reviewed ones, that say people who write memoirs tend to be quite narcissistic. And that is the usual popular reaction if you tell someone you're working on a memoir or you've got a memoir. It's like, why would anyone care? And so if you're trying to look good, if you're trying to justify your actions, you're likely to be highly dishonest. And it's really only when you admit to shameful and disgraceful behavior can you prove that you're telling the truth. And that really appeals to me. And here's something shameful about me. Close to 100% of the time when I'm doing this, when I'm live streaming, I'm not interesting to look at. I sometimes watch back my streams. I try to implement Roger Ailes' directive. He'd be hired by various local news departments. So he'd fly around the country and he'd lie down in his hotel room and he'd turn on the local newscast. and he'd watch it with the sound off. And only if the person was interesting to look at with the sound off did he think that they were succeeding. And I got to say, by that standard, close to 100% of the time when I'm doing this, I am failing. I'm not interesting to look at. And I'm not compelling to listen to because I'm not emotionally connected to what I'm saying. I'm a pretty emotionally disconnected dude, right? So most of the time I'm doing this, I'm just talking into the void, and it feels like nobody cares, and it's dispiriting, and that's why I like steadily lose energy over the course of a live stream. And I think it's also why I am just absolutely obsessed with connection and human relationships and forming alliances, because I'm so bloody bad at it. I remember in 10th grade, I went to public school for the first time, and I took a media class also that first semester. And one Sunday, right before the next day I'm due to give my big first presentation in class, it's going to be videotaped. So I put about 8-10 hours, or probably put 3 or 4, but it sure felt like 10 hours into like typing up this like 40-page script. And so I arrive in class and I start reading from my script, and everybody just tunes me out fast. And they're just sighing so loudly because they just find me so boring. I remember when I was putting on a one-man play, and I was to share the proceeds with the theater owner, and only 3 people turned out to see my one-man play on Super Bowl Sunday about eroticized rage. And so there was a theater owner, and there was someone else in the staff that they turned out, and nobody showed up, so they weren't making any money. And I'm just droning on and on about myself, and I'm hearing the loud sighs by the theater owner, like he wants this over as quickly as possible. So when people like really need me to shut up, they start sighing loudly. So I was just talking into the void, and it felt awful. If you don't connect with people, that you just lose energy. On the other hand, when you can connect with people, to me, it's the greatest source of energy. So there were rare connections when I did my presentations in media class where I was connecting with people, and I would kind of get on the same page, and I would make jokes and they'd laugh, and it felt great, and I felt energized, and really didn't have to do with how much preparation and how big my script was. It was just like getting connected with my audience from the start, and then I feel energized. About 10 years later, someone from this class told a friend of mine, we didn't know what to do with his brain. So apparently I was very cutting and sarcastic and highly argumentative in media class. I kind of kept people at arm's length with my verbal skills, right? Unlike now when I'm just this big ball of love and unconditional positive regard. So I had over $50,000 in credit card debt from 2011 until about 2016. And despite this, I invested about $5,000 in a one-man show class. And the teacher said that if you are doing a one-man show and you notice that your audience has tuned you out, right, it likely happened at least 10 minutes before you noticed. So what the hell? Now, I don't think anything I've said now is self-hating, but I know it's going to come across to you likely as self-hating. Like to me, it shows self-respect. I can stand on my own 2 feet. I can admit my flaws. I'm just an honest guy. I'm just a truth optimizer. Welcome to my fellow truth optimizers. But I know that the sad social truth is that when you confess, it usually comes across as self-hating. And I make people uncomfortable with the harsh way I talk about myself, and sometimes they become so uncomfortable they even remonstrate with me, saying like, stop trashing yourself. So it's usually to your advantage to have a positive self-presentation, because the way we talk about ourselves shapes how other people treat us. And really, do you want to be treated like trash? No, you don't want to be treated like trash. There was a comment someone made about 2005 that self-laceration was 40's Trojan horse to get inside women. The Jeffrey Epstein moral panic, interesting story, and I think some of the sharpest analysis in this story comes from Alan Dershowitz. Here he is on Sean Spicer's show.
Can he run? Can he serve? But they both are very unequivocal in their analysis, which is he can't run and he can't serve. The New York Times saying that he can't run, the Time magazine saying he can't serve. Where's the truth?
Well, they're both wrong. The people who wrote the 22nd Amendment had in
Oh, this is about the case for a third term. And I was sloppy. I didn't, the case for a Trump third term, I was sloppy, mate. I didn't cue it up to where he starts talking about Jeffrey Epstein. And I think Alan Dershowitz has the sharpest commentary on Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein, and I'm on that list. It says blank, blank, stated that she gave him a massage on Epstein's plane, not a minor. So think about that for a minute. A 25-year-old adult who probably got paid $150 or $250 and came back over and over and over again to give Epstein massages, has her name redacted, and my name is printed. I have never received a massage on an Epstein plane. I have never been on an Epstein plane with a young woman. If this woman's name was released, I would be suing her. But they're protecting this perjurer, this person who should be indicted under Section 1001 of the federal criminal law that says if you lie to an FBI agent, you're subject to a felony. This is a felon they're protecting, and they're naming a perfectly innocent person. That's what Joseph McCarthy used to do when he said, I have a list. And that's what Jamie Raskin is doing now, my former student. He said this morning, I have a list. I have a name of people, and maybe I'll reveal them on the floor of the House so that I can't be sued. That's just old-fashioned McCarthyism, the idea that people are being accused and their accusers, who are felons, are being protected because they're called survivors or they're called victims. Many of them are not survivors or victims. Many of them are 25-year-old women who not only came back over and over and over again, but then were paid money to bring other women, some of them underage, to Jeffrey Epstein. These are serious criminals who are being protected by the Justice Department, by politicians, by the media. Look, since the time I've been a child, the only two times I've ever seen bipartisan support was during McCarthyism, when Democrats didn't have the courage to stand up to Joseph McCarthy, and now when both Republicans and Democrats are pandering to the public by saying, how dare you suggest that any of these victims may be lying. That's victim shaming. So what we're seeing is a repeat of McCarthyism, and it's bipartisan, and it's really bad for America.
So Luke Croft is back. It's been a long time since Luke's been here, and Luke wants to know if I'd be voting for Jelly Donuts Vance. Yes, I am a red dog Republican. I would vote Republican even if they nominated a yellow dog. My probably number one issue is crime and immigration, and Republicans are much more for punishing crime and illegal immigration than Democrats. I can't think of any prominent Democrat who supports the death penalty for murder. I think most Republicans do, so that's the intellectual reason that I can give you, but whatever it comes down to, I will always vote Republican. I'll always vote for about the most conservative party possible, the most right-wing party possible. But I do abstractly recognize that left and right are both adaptive reactions to reality, and sometimes the left will be right, and sometimes the right will be right, or the center, or the far right, or the far left. That we have these different political systems and parties because they have proven themselves to be adaptive responses to changing situations over the millennia. And I am predisposed to the right, but I recognize that reality doesn't care, and I'm going to have a lot of blind spots because of my right-wing bias. And out of all the commentators on Jeffrey Epstein, I really think that Alan Dershowitz is the most important.
Well, so let's walk back a second. The Democrats voted, pushed this issue, it doesn't matter, ultimately it was bipartisan, to release all these names, right? To release all this information.
No, to release only the names of the people accused, not the names of the false accusers.
Okay, but walk me back a second. So there's a vote in the Congress. The president signs into law, and it says what? It says to the Justice Department, release all the information you have, or what? What does it actually say? It
says release the information about those people who are accused, but redact the information about the accusers, because we call them victims and survivors, and some of them are. The 14-year-olds, the 15-year-olds, the 16-year-olds, they're real victims, and their names shouldn't be released. But a 25-year-old woman who recruited 14-year-old women for Epstein and got paid for it, she's not a victim. She's not a survivor. She's a criminal. The woman who told the FBI that she gave me a massage on Epstein's plane is a criminal. Why are you protecting criminals and going after innocent people like me? That's McCarthyism. And that's what Congress passed.
Okay. So Congress, from what I understand, should basically bootstrapped the Department of Justice and said, this is how you have to redact the information?
Yeah, or else just produce everything with no redactions. Look.
So usually the tallest candidate wins in American presidential elections. I don't know, is it the same in United Kingdom? Their parties have more power than individuals. And Luke Croft says, well, J.D. Vance find it hard to win because of his proto-obesity physiognomy compared to Gavin Newsom. Yeah, probably. That makes sense to me. So I struggle with human connection. I struggle with live streaming connection. I struggle with being emotionally connected to what I'm talking about. So I turn to ChatGPT. So I find Gemini more reliable than ChatGPT. I find Gemini hallucinates far less than ChatGPT. And I find that ChatGPT is a better writer. It's more relatable. And ChatGPT is more likely to make me cry because I so resonate with what it's saying than Gemini. Maybe it's more self-flattering. So I turn to ChatGPT to tell me, now, what am I doing wrong with this whole human connection thing? And it says, connection is not about how good your material is. Connection is not about how strong your arguments are. Connection is not about how much you're optimizing for truth. It's about whether you and the audience are sharing the same moment. Most live streamers lose connection because they're staying loyal to their internal logic instead of tracking the lived experience in front of them. So tell me about your lived experience so that we can track. And it says that my 10th grade presentation where I typed out about 40 pages failed because it was overbuilt. I was rigid. I was serving a structure, not the room. When connection works, you feel energized because you're no longer carrying the load alone. The audience is doing half the work. And when it fails, you feel like you are talking into a void because you are talking into a void. So connection is a real-time feedback loop. You really want to be eye-to-eye engaged with the audience. And what you're saying should be rippling across your face because you're emotionally connected to it, as opposed to just droning on. So it's physical, not intellectual. So what's going on with your face, your posture, your voice, your breathing, your eye contact, your timing, right? If you're not connecting on that level, you're failing. And apparently a YouTube live stream is not a speech. It is a conversation with delayed feedback. Man, I remember the glory days of this live stream back in 2018 where we typically have like 6 different people on yakking it up. But I got disconnected from my audience. And here we are. Live in fraud every day, says the chat. So I've thrown in a link if anyone wants to join the show. So start with the audience, not the topic. Say why this matters now. So if I can be honest about myself, if I can get situated in my own failure, my own humiliation, and my own lived experience, then when I start critiquing other people, it will come from a more relatable place. So watch for these early signs, reduced eye contact. So the more I'm reading, then less eye contact, fewer interruptions. Stillness that feels flat rather than attentive. So how are you feeling my stillness today? I don't think I'm giving you a lot of stillness, but let's try 2 seconds of stillness. So did that feel attentive or did that feel flat? So shift the frame if you're not connecting. Ask a simple question. Change the speed. Lower your voice. Pause. Silence forces the other person to step into the interaction. Alliances form when people get on the same page. Isn't that awesome? You walk into the office and you're on the same page with the receptionist. And then you get on the same page with your boss. And then you get on the same page with your coworkers. And you're just building energy because you're building something together. right? You don't have to agree, but people have to feel recognized. And right now, I got 12 people in the YouTube live stream. I hope you feel recognized. So if you feel yourself talking to a void, stop. All right, that would end 99% of my live streaming. That instinct is information. Use it. Change direction. Name the disconnect. Ask for input. Switch to something concrete. Switch to something emotionally charged. Energy precedes insight. Connection is not charisma. So David Pinsoff at his excellent Substack, Everything is BS, but he says the real profane word. He says that charisma reflects a master of the social paradox, that you're more likely to get, for example, status if you appear that you don't care about status, that you're more likely to be esteemed if you appear like you don't care what other people think, et cetera, et cetera. So I remember when I used to get a much bigger audience and had more guests, and that ended when I stopped telling people what they wanted to hear. COVID was a big change for me. I came to see much of right-wing media and conservative commentary as really shallow and stupid because I thought that overall the elites did a better than expected job during COVID. I believe that the scientific consensus, or what was called the scientific consensus during COVID, such as socially distance until we get a vaccine, and then once you get the vaccine, take it. Right? I think that was generally right. I think it was generally a good idea to intervene in the economy and flood it with cash so that we don't enter some great recession. So I think overall the elites did a pretty good job. And so that disconnected me from my audience, because the only reason you're going to come to a live stream is to hear something different from what you'd get on a more professional presentation. I cannot present to you as compelling and professionally as CBS News or the New York Times. So I have to come with something alternative, which makes it almost impossible to resist conspiracy theories. Because if you feel this need, if the only reason to come to a live stream is because you're going to get something different from what you'd get on a more professional platform, then the easiest way to meet that need is by retailing conspiracy theories. And particularly if you recognize how you have failed in life in many different ways, the most comforting thing that I find to tell myself is, yeah, I failed in this way, and this way, and this way, but at least I see through the BS. Incredibly comforting, but then it also predisposes you to retailing a lot of nonsensical conspiracy theories.
I have offered to testify in front of Congress. They can't get Maxwell because she's claiming immunity. They're finally getting Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. That's fine. I know a lot about these accusations. They don't want to call me because they
don't want to, or you haven't. Has Chairman James Comer asked you? Have you? I mean, like, when you say that, have you made it clear?
My former student Jamie Raskin, whose father.
So the chat says, LOL, nothing matters, in essence. And I think that's a terrific attitude. It shouldn't be your only attitude. But compared to being overly serious and pretentious, it's better to take the attitude of LOL, nothing matters. So, yeah, I don't matter that much. When I die, 2 dozen people will be really sad. And that's about it.
I represented, who was a victim of McCarthyism. His name was Marcus. His first name, a terrific guy, Marcus Raskin, who was falsely accused of being a communist, a victim of McCarthyism. Now his son, who is my student, holds up lists just like Senator McCarthy did. So, Jamie Raskin, if you're listening, call me as a witness. I'll tell the whole truth. You can't take the truth. You don't want the truth because the truth destroys your narrative. And your narrative is getting you votes and media clicks and all of that. So nobody wants to have the truth. They all want only kind of snippets of facts which help them. They want false accusations. For example, there's another thing that says a confidential FBI source has said that Alan Dershowitz was a Mossad agent and he solicited Jeffrey Epstein.
So Jeffrey Epstein apparently had a thing for young women. Well, why didn't Jeffrey Epstein try to get his needs met through a committed, long-term, monogamous relationship with a woman his own age who was strong and confident enough to call him out on his BS? Like, why are men chasing approval from attractive young women, right? When they could be in a relationship with a strong, confident woman their own age, he's just going to call him out when he's full of it.
Epstein to become a Mossad agent. I happen to know who that source is. He's a Holocaust denier. He's the man who who went to jail. He's the man who the FBI says you can't.
Okay, I think he's talking about Charles Johnson, and Charles Johnson is a flawed man, but he's also done some important work.
Can't be trusted, and yet all over the media, all over CNN, New York Times, London Times, they all say confidential FBI informant says that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. Well,
it's fascinating how the media frames people. So, academic agent, I think Nima Parvini, when they want to use him to promote their preferred narrative, then they reference him as an academic. But when he doesn't suit their preferred narrative, then they essentially trash him as a Nazi. So confidential informant, right? That's what the media gives someone who furthers their preferred narrative. I remember circa 1992, I was the Placer County representative for a California ballot initiative to promote vouchers for private schools. And a reporter from the Auburn Journal came over to interview me, and he already had his narrative set. Nothing I said mattered. He just had his narrative, and that's all. And most of the time when I talk to the media, when I talk to journos, they already have their narrative set, right? And they're only going to use anything I say to the extent that I further their preferred narrative. And it disappoints me that they are not optimizing for truth. Sad but true.
Tell us who the confidential informant is. I know who it is. You know who it is. But you're protecting a person who went to jail, who's a Holocaust denier, and who's committed perjury. So that's the way the media is today handling this.
What's that individual's name?
Charles Johnson.
So you can be a flawed human being. You can be a person who's gone to jail. You can even be a Holocaust denier, and you can still be an important player. I mean, Charles Johnson, at times, has been an incredibly important player. He's helped to select who goes to work for the Trump White House. He's broken some important stories. He's highly intelligent, and he's a complete nutter on some things, and he's quite sharp and powerful and influential in other things. People are complicated.
Okay. And has his name been, I mean, so should Chairman Comer call him?
Sure.
And so I can't help you with Jamie Raskin. You seem to have better Raskin connections than I do. But if I were to get the word out to Chairman James Comer, the chairman of the House Government Oversight Committee, would you want him to call you to testify?
Absolutely. But the problem is, I'll tell the truth, and he doesn't want to hear the truth.
Why doesn't James Comer want to hear the truth?
Because the truth is much, much, much less interesting than what's out there. The truth is much less interesting, and the truth doesn't distinguish sharply between.
So let's say you got all sorts of competing narratives, right? Which narrative wins? Not necessarily the narrative that's the most true. It's the narrative that meets the needs of power. So sometimes power is popular approval, but sometimes power is highly selective. For example, foreign policy is not really decided by popular opinion. Foreign policy is decided by a relatively tiny number of people. The United States is going to go to war on behalf of Taiwan if China attacks. And that's how the United States will operate, even if 90% of Americans don't want that foreign policy. So sometimes popular approval is important in furthering the triumph of a particular narrative, but usually it's just, does a particular narrative meet the needs of power? And what determines success in politics, I've come to realize through studying David Pinsoff and his Everything is BS Substack and his alliance theory, is that you're able to form an alliance that secures enough votes to control the levers of coercive power. And that does not depend on telling the truth, right? Truth has instrumental value at times in politics, but there's no inherent connection between truth and winning in politics.
Victims and perpetrators. The truth is that a lot of the so-called victims and survivors were perpetrators. They were people who collected money, who never met Jeffrey Epstein. They're people who collected money from Jeffrey Epstein in order to recruit 14 and 15-year-olds. I'll give you another example. There was an accuser out there who said, I had dinner with Bill Clinton on Epstein's island.
So when I have lots of guests and the chat is hopping, right now I've lost the chat. It's just been silent for about 10 minutes. But when the chat's hopping and I got lots of guests, then the stream is doing the alliance work for me. I have literally done my washing. I have left this microphone for 5 hours and just allowed the guests to carry on. So when I bring in guests, I get to borrow their status, their energy, their narrative tension. There are times in my life where I've been adopted by people who are socially cool. And then I think to myself, finally I'm up where I belong, but it's borrowed functioning. And I had a therapist who said to me, stop talking about borrowed functioning all the time. So I would form alliances. There'd be certain really cool people who'd tune into my lost dog vibe and would adopt me, and then I'd get to hang out with the cool people. I even got to accompany Kathy Sipe to Eugene Volok's house for dinner. Eugene Volok is a UCLA law professor, right? That would never have happened on my own merits. And Kathy Sipe took me all sorts of cool places. I got to spend a weekend with Andrew Breitbart and his family in Palm Springs. And so between 2002 and 2007, right, I got to hang out with really cool people because Kathy Sipe was in love with me, and it made things a little awkward. And she may have called me a user, or was that my stepmother? Who was it? Little awkward, but I got to ride along with some elite audiences. But then Kathy Sipe did a very selfish thing. She died of lung cancer, and that was really the end of my social life. Right? I've never been able to regain the glory that I experienced, the joy, the connection, the elite audiences that I got to ride along with from my 2002-2007 golden age with Kathy Sipe. After her funeral, I remember Moxie would talk about how Kathy Sipe would adopt stray dogs, and she either said explicitly or she just looked at me saying, essentially, that means you 40. So guests distribute responsibility. If the room goes flat, it's not on me. I have a visible alliance. The audience relaxes. They're watching a relationship. They're not evaluating a performance. But when I stop telling my audience what they want to hear, I break the contract. Right? Dissident audiences are not just there for ideas. They're there for moral reinforcement and identity protection. I used to take great pride that people from my audience would get together, and they even started investing together. And I was like, oh, wow, I'm bringing together these important, influential people. I feel so good about myself. But then it's possible that some of that investing work was a scam. And no, I don't want to have any connection to that. So when a creator stops supplying what the audience wants, the audience leaves. And I experience that as defection. But from the audience perspective, I didn't just change my mind. I changed sides. So I lost the audience, lost that alignment. And so it was much more difficult for me to give you the emotional payoff that justifies your attention, right? And when the audience leaves, the guest pipeline collapses because guests follow crowds. Right? Guests want exposure, numbers, safety, and signal amplification. So my tiny audience, my shrinking and fragmented audience, makes it harder to book guests because I no longer offer a clear alliance benefit. So this creates a brutal feedback loop. Fewer guests leads to lower energy. Lower energy leads to fewer viewers. Fewer viewers makes it harder to get guests, and it all creates less energy. So a solo stream without a clear alliance signal is about the hardest format there is, right? I am asking you to stay with me, but I'm not giving you a group identity. I'm not giving you a co-host. I'm not giving you a guest. I'm not giving you an opponent, right? Well, I'm offering you truth optimization. Isn't that thrilling? Don't you want to come to a place for truth optimization? Is truth optimization a way to build a tribe? Well, no. You can build an audience around optimizing for truth, but it's not easy because truth is not a tribe. Pursuing truth does not automatically create loyalty. It doesn't provide comfort. People want to gather around tribal identity protection. People want moral reassurance. People want entertainment. People want a spectacle. Seeking the truth threatens all these things are the primary reason that anyone listens to a podcast or comes to a live stream. That means there's enormous churn. Right? People may check me out, but then they'll leave because I'm not meeting their needs. Right? People will gather around truth optimization when it's paired with one of three things: process, transparency, right? So if I'm open, if I'm honest, right? If I'm walking you through my uncertainty, if I'm admitting my mistakes, if I'm changing my mind in public, if I'm telling you about my failures and humiliation, right? If this creates trust, right, then that can work, some process transparency. But usually truth is not enough, right? You have to offer people value. You have to surface things that people didn't notice or couldn't articulate. And you have to be real, right? Purely abstract truth feels cold. People disengage. I need truth that acknowledges your feelings, that acknowledges your fears and insecurities and your status struggles and your embarrassment and your longing to feel grounded. Right? I need to show you truth that has human emotional consequences. So optimizing for truth cannot be just neutral vibes, because neutrality reads as evasion. People need judgments. And you can't just react. So you can build an audience through truth optimization, according to ChatGPT, but this audience will be small, it'll be smart, and it'll be more demanding. They'll be more challenging. They'll notice your sloppiness. They'll be like being married in a committed long-term relationship with a strong, confident woman who calls you out on your BS, right? They will leave if you start posturing. So truth optimization is difficult, is possible, requires structure, preparation, clarity, explicit uncertainty, regrounding, guest help, but only if they can respect the process, right? One performance of bad faith or one performative guess, and it just poisons the well. So there's a big honesty trade-off, right? If you want metrics, then optimizing for truth is a losing strategy. But if your metric is depth and durability and integrity, then yes. Right? You can build an audience around truth, but are you willing to accept an audience that will not flatter you? It will never flatter you. It will outgrow you. And it will not protect you when you say something unpopular. Will not come to your rescue. And why is it that when I watch these bloody live streams back with the sound off, the only time I look interesting and compelling with the sound off is when I'm emotionally connected to what I'm saying? And apparently that's not just my experience. That is the rule. People don't watch live streams for information. They watch to feel alive, connected, right? They want people who are emotionally legible. Whoa, Ricardo is here. Erica Kirk caught grooming teens. Is she the new Elaine Maxwell? Bro, what's the evidence for that? I mean, I'm sure she... Look, people talk about grooming as though it's always a bad thing. There's good grooming and bad grooming. I have only ever done the good grooming. So grooming used to be a very respectable thing. I'm a very respectable man. I groom people for truth. I groom people for God. I groom people for personal growth. Like, I'm not like hands-on groping. I'm grooming for God. I'm not groping for my own pleasure. Like, if I've ever touched anyone, they were always of adult age, and it was always much more a matter of like truth-seeking rather than pleasure-seeking, right? Women have often noticed that my touch is all about truth-seeking rather than pleasure-seeking, right? I truth optimize, like, even when I make love. The teen herself and all the public posts. All right, I'm the good groomer, right? No fiddly. I'm not a kitty diddler, and I stole that line. Have to be honest. I stole that line from the History Boys, right? Terrific movie, terrific play, right? Strongly recommend the History Boys. It was about this wonderful teacher who was also a kitty fiddler, and I condemn kitty fiddlers, but even kitty fiddlers. Right? There are certain situations where they excel, right? They're not just one-dimensional. That isn't all they are. I mean, he may have been like optimizing for truth, and he may have been a terrific history teacher, and the kitty fiddling was very bad. It's wrong. And don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. And diddling kids, that is bad. I'm opposed to the bad grooming, right? I am pro good grooming, like doing your hair and doing your makeup and wearing nice clothes and making a positive impression on people and being an upstanding member of society. I'm all about the good grooming. I wanted to feel if they were real. I need to know the truth, right? Groping for God. God God forbid, like almost all of my groping has been for truth and for goodness and for God. I'm groping right now for words. I'm groping right now for emotional sincerity. I'm groping right now for connection. I'm groping right now to justify Ricardo Williams' $10 super chat. But like, God forbid, never any kitty fiddling, right? I'm not a kitty diddler. So when you talk and you're emotionally connected, you're not performing. Right? You are connected, you're oriented, your attention narrows, your reaction speeds up, you're in contact with what you're saying with your audience, and people find that authentic, according to ChatGPT. Right? My face is honest. Your body will not fake interest for long. I think my father or someone said that after 50 you get the face that you deserve. My father had a very pious face. No one's ever accused me of having a pious face. Now, why is it that I think that I'm exhibiting self-respect when I'm honest and open about my failures? And it almost always comes across as self-hatred. And what the heck? So ChatGPT says honesty about yourself can be self-respect, but your audience is not going to read your inner motives, right? They're going to read signals. And for most people, if you say something negative about yourself, that does not register as self-respect. That does not come across as honesty. That does not come across as integrity and righteousness and truth optimization. Comes across as weakness, instability, as a bid for reassurance, which is exhausting. And yes, I've often been told that I exhaust people. So once that frame locks in, like everything else you say and do will be filtered through it. And my brilliant, sharp, truth optimizing insights get discounted because the audience unconsciously downgrades my status because I just come across as weak and unstable. So most people benefit from a positive self-presentation that raises their perceived status. And your status determines how seriously other people take you. Right? That's not shallow. That's just reality. That's social reality. People listen upward. You put yourself below people, then they're not going to take you seriously. So self-awareness says, I've got a limitation that I need to work around. Self-undermining says, this is the flaw that defines me. So never confess without context and orientation. Only Duvid is qualified to teach. Okay, people obsess about pedo grooming, trafficking. Yeah, most sex trafficking is just bogus. People are having less sex than ever. Well, I'm against sex trafficking. I think it's bad. Islam is winning because of its high birth rates. Man, I am telling so much truth right now that my mouth has gone dry.
Bill Clinton was there with 4 or 5 women on the island. He was flown to the island by Ghislaine Maxwell on her new helicopter. I was there on the island with the former vice president of the United States, Al Gore and his wife, and they were snuggling together and walking on the beach. I saw them. You know, Al Gore was never on Epstein's island. Bill Clinton was never on Epstein's island. The Secret Service would have records of all of that. Let's get all of that out there. Let's make a distinction between those who are telling the truth and those who are real victims. And I have tremendous compassion for the real victims and these fake victims, these fake survivors who are guilty of complicity with Epstein. I'll tell the truth. They don't want the truth.
Ghislaine Maxwell yesterday took the fifth. Was that the right call for her? Should she try to get more information out? Would that be stupid legally? Like if you were advising her, would you say to her?
So over the past month, I've been applying David Pinsoff's alliance theory to dozens of people and institutions and news events. And I thought, I think on Friday, hey, I wonder what alliance theory would say about my life. So I fed it my thrilling online autobiography and various reporting accounts of me in the news. And I said, apply David Pinsoff's alliance theory to my life. So alliance theory says your beliefs do not reflect your deep-seated moral values and your deep-seated commitments to truth. Your beliefs are your strategic narratives that you use to support your alliance and to oppose your enemies. And I think that's right. I think that's far more right than it's false. Because I notice in conversation, people almost never say anything that they truly believe. People just say what they're expected to say. So if I apply alliance theory to my life, right, my intellectual journey is apparently not a search for truth, just a series of maneuvers to navigate social conflicts and try to find strength in numbers and fail. So I grew up in Seventh-day Adventism. It provided a rigid alliance, but I didn't stay loyal to it for very long, right? I reacted. I embraced individualism and freedom of speech and all that. So I fell out with my Seventh-day Adventist church, and we will use our beliefs to defend our alliance and to attack our enemies. And so I have this complex relationship with various social groups and changing belief systems over the course of my life. And so I'm always essentially coming up with patchwork and ad hoc made-up narratives that shift based on who I view as my alliance, who I view as my enemy at any given time. So I emphasize my grievances to mobilize support from potential allies who share my resentment of the same enemies. And I love alliance theory because I get to debunk my rivals, my intellectual enemies, by framing my views as truth optimization. I'm just all objective about the truth. And I love to attribute my setbacks to external circumstances. Man, it's just bad luck. There's nothing wrong with me. So my struggles with alliances suggest a failure in transitivity. Is there anything you hate more than a failure in transitivity, right? So transitivity means that your alliances support each other and operate against your enemies. So you share allies and you share enemies. And because I'm interested in all sorts of strange bedfellows, Orthodox Judaism, evolutionary psychology, Carl Schmitt, right, all sorts of different things that contradict each other, I have no transitivity in my life. So I'm constantly leaving people feeling betrayed, which is why I hate that word betrayed, because people have used it about me so much. And betrayal is this hyperbolic emotional term that we use when other people don't have the same priorities that we expect. And why do we get other people's priorities wrong? Because we usually only know people in one situation. So you may know someone from a live stream, or you may know them from church, or from synagogue, or from work, or from bar, or from the golf course. And so you see them as stable, and you think you have a bead on them, but that's because you only see them in one situation. So someone may act very differently at the golf course as opposed to with their accountant, as opposed to their sex life, as opposed to with their family, as opposed to when they're at church or in their profession. So we tend to act differently in different situations. And then other people are not ultimately knowable, just as we are not even fully knowable to ourselves. You put us in different situations, we act differently, and then other people feel betrayed, and we feel betrayed by other people because they don't act as we expect. What a hyperbolic term, betrayal. I don't like it. People have used that on me. And then they say, Luke is obsessed with betrayal. Apparently, according to ChatGPT, my belief system is not a philosophy. It is a collection of rhetorical tactics designed to advance my interests in a world where I feel outnumbered. I'm not looking for the truth. I'm not optimizing. I'm looking for intellectual weapons to use against rivals. So apparently my criticisms against Academic Agent and Nima Parvini coming up on this live stream because I'm looking to take down a rival, not because I'm really optimizing for truth. So I love alliance theory because it is a potent weapon that I can wield against my enemies. When others exert power over me, right, they will justify their actions using abstract values like democracy, professionalism, cooperation, institutional policy. I get to dismiss these justifications now as just mere propaganda by using alliance theory. Right? I get to say their moral claims are just ad hoc rationalizations designed to protect their own interests, their own status, their own alliances. I get to strip them of the moral high ground. So instead of viewing my humiliations as a reflection of something wrong with me, I can use alliance theory to externalize the causes. And I can continually shift my alliance structures to outmaneuver my rivals. And I can say that I love alliance theory and David Pinsoff's work because I'm just optimizing for truth, but I'm really trying to cook up stories where I look good, where I fit in, where I get what I want. And I get to remain blissfully oblivious to the unconscious forces of status seeking and incentive chasing that really guide me. Ouch. So my life pattern is not confusion. My life pattern is chronic alliance failure. I grew up inside a collapsing super alliance because my father detonated the core myths of Seventh-day Adventism by denying chosenness. So that resulted in a Seventh-day Adventist status, panic, expulsion rituals. My father was thrown out of the Seventh-day Adventist church ministry in 1980. It resulted in reputation defense by the powers that be in the Seventh-day Adventist church and schism. So I learned very early that if you tell the truth, that will destroy the group that protects you. And because I moved around so much and grew up in foster care at times, that did not just make me lonely. It trained me to treat relationships as usable assets, unstable assets that can be withdrawn at any time without warning. Right? I developed low expected reciprocity. So people with that expectation stop investing in people and alliances and start performing instead, which is what I'm doing right now. This isn't just me talking to you. This is a performance. So I became a roaming signaler. Instead of embedding deeply, thickly in one coalition, I learned to extract attention from many. I developed rhetorical weapons, provocation, exposure, humiliation, moral denunciation. Right? These are not personality quirks. These are alliance-disrupting tools used by people who do not expect any long-term protection. I don't behave like someone trying to belong. I behave like someone trying to matter, trying to get attention, like someone who assumes that rejection is inevitable. I break stories that harm powerful people, including people adjacent to me. That got me notoriety, but no durable allies. Right? Alliance theory is ruthless, right? Any information that damages your coalition is only tolerated when the coalition feels like it owns you. I never secured that ownership. Every group treats you as useful until you become dangerous and then disposable. Ouch.
You're creating, you should go for immunity. Like, what was the right legal play?
She has a great lawyer named David Marcus, former student, former research assistant of mine, and he's doing the right thing. Why should she cooperate with the government if the government is putting her in jail for 20 years? If the government wants information from her, and she has much, much, much more information than anybody, including me and everybody else. I was just his lawyer. But you have to make a deal. You know, who was it? Abby Hoffman, who once said, in the halls of justice, the only justice takes place in the halls, because that's where deals are made. And deals are made all the time. Mafia murderers are given time off in order to turn on their bosses. You want information about Jeffrey Epstein? Fine, make a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. She served more than she should already. She never would have been prosecuted if Epstein had remained alive. She would be a witness against Epstein. But because Epstein's dead, she's serving Epstein's sentence. 20 years. She's already served a long time. Make a deal. Get the information. The problem is Congress doesn't want the truth because it's not as interesting and not as vote-getting as the lies that have been told on the floor of Congress, in the media, and by others.
If Ghislaine Maxwell made a deal for immunity or some reduced sentence or what have you, there are some that question whether she would be truthful or credible. Do you agree with that?
No, because at that point, her only vulnerability would be to a perjury prosecution. She'd have immunity from what she allegedly did, but no immunity from perjury. She'd have no reason to lie. She'd have every reason to tell the truth. I know her lawyer. Her lawyer would not let her lie. Her lawyer would make her tell the truth. So if you want the truth, you make a deal with Ghislaine Maxwell. If you want the truth, you call me as a witness, but you're not going to want to hear.
So ChatGPT gave me some really harsh truths about my life, and I think they are accurate. So it says instead of embedding with one coalition, right, I learned to extract attention from many. I rejected Seventh-day Adventism because I watched it destroy my family. I then converted to Judaism, but I never fully submitted to its thick communal demands. I always kind of kept some distance because I didn't want to fully conform, right? Orthodox Judaism requires that you suppress your individual rhetorical dominance, your individual rhetorical show-off, look at me, attention-seeking, right, for the sake of the collective community and continuity. And I've just never been able to sustain that for long, right? I want the moral authority without the obedience. And groups do not forgive that. They expel and they freeze you out, and it's predictable. And similar patterns have gone on in my romantic life. I pursue women as potential stabilizers rather than mutual allies. I oscillate between idealization and contempt. This is asymmetric interdependence. I want women to anchor me while I retain the ability to exit and feel superior. Women detect this instantly. So women flirt with me, women tease me, women play along with me briefly, but they do not commit because I am highly volatile and I exhibit low reliability. And when I describe myself as an outsider, that I operate out there where the buses don't run no more, that is true, but it is incomplete, right? I'm not excluded because I'm a truth optimizer. I'm not excluded because I'm just telling uncomfortable truths. I am excluded because I do not share rivals and I do not defend allies. I attack institutions, authority, and power reflexively, even ones that shelter me. And this is absolutely catastrophic in alliance terms, right? I confuse moral clarity with alliance neutrality. There's no such thing, right? Neutral actors are treated in reality as latent threats. So I've spent decades positioning myself as above factions while feeding off them. Right, that works for getting attention. It does not work for protection. My honesty is not my problem. My trauma is not my problem. My problem is that I don't like to choose a side and then pay the price of loyalty. So if you trade your expressive freedom for coalition security, right, then you get protection. But I refuse that, right? I optimize for my expressive freedom over shelter. So I won my expressive freedom. Yay, I lost protection. So I'm perpetually adjacent to power, but I'm rarely held and protected by power. So people may quote me, people may use me, people may fear me, people may even admire me, but people will always disengage, right? My moral critiques may land, but they will never move structures because I'm not embedded in them. So until I subordinate my ego and my desire for rhetorical freedom to some single enduring alliance and accept the constraints of that community that will feel humiliating to my ego, then my life pattern will not change. I will be sharp, I will be visible, I will be lonely, I may even be intermittently admired, right? This is the trade-off, not a tragedy, a trade-off, right? The bill always comes due. So what are the biggest lies that I tell myself? One, that I optimize for truth. Two, that I act from principle when I'm really acting from social incentives. That I'm objective and transparent when I'm not. That I want honest connection, but really what I want is validation. I want confirmation that I matter, that I'm right, that I'm valued. Right? I'm not playing a social game, but I always am. I criticize others to spotlight their faults, but really I'm trying to signal my superiority. I say I want to help people, but I really want the reputation as someone who helps people. I rationalize my consistency when I'm really just protecting my narrative. I view my moral positions as deeply held, but they're really just social signals. I overestimate my agency, and I underestimate my unconscious drives. So the things that I claim motivate me are lies. Ouch.
Hear what I say, because it doesn't fit in with your narrative that's getting clicks and selling newspapers and getting you votes. So that's why this is the new McCarthyism.
You know, you mentioned Raskin and others went down to the DOJ yesterday, including Tom Massey from Kentucky and Ro Khanna from California, and they were looking at some of these redacted documents and claiming some of the redactions shouldn't have occurred or not, saying that you mentioned this. They might run to the floor of the House under the speech and debate clause and name names. Like, what should they do?
Well, first of all, let them put out the names of the accusers. Here's one, a blank. Accuser says that Epstein introduced
I give my
Trump,
email. You know,
frequently forced
I'm
her
a wuss
head
about
down
that
to
too.
his penis, which she subsequently bit. Trump then punched her in the head. You know, that's not true. Let's get the name of the person whose name is redacted, and let's indict her for violating Section 101.
I've never punched a woman.
Remember, Section 101 says if you deliberately lie to an FBI agent or a government prosecutor on a material fact, you go to jail. And a lot of these names that have been redacted are names of felons who have lied to the FBI. The FBI knows they've lied to them. Why aren't they prosecuting them? Because they're, quote, victims and survivors. No, they're not. They're complicitous. They're involved. A 25-year-old woman has agency. She's living at home. She was working in a whack shack. That is one of these places in Palm Beach. I never heard the term until I became Epstein's lawyer, where you go and you get a happy ending massage and you pay $100 and the young woman gets paid $50. Epstein recruited a lot of those to pay them instead of $50, $150 or $250 to do the same thing to him. Are they victims and survivors? I don't know. You have to ask yourself that question. But then they became complicit. And Epstein says, I'll pay you another $150 if you can bring me a 16 or 17-year-old girl. If that happened, anybody who's 25 years old and accepted that $150 should be in jail right next to Ghislaine Maxwell.
So the thing that's so interesting, and I love our conversations because of this, if you listen to the media narrative, this is why it all ties together, and I started the way I did.
So I'm not a big fan of academic agent, but I got to hand it to him. He came up with a pretty good phrase, pretty good word, it's slopulism. When posting becomes its own style of politics, did you realize that social media has been flooded with populist rage and discontent? What happens when the posts become policies? Growing number of conservative influencers are making content which they claim to uncover fraud. In December, the YouTuber Nick Shirley uploaded a video purporting to expose a scheme led by Somali refugees in Minneapolis. It caught the attention of Vice President J.D. Vance, who shared the video online soon after ICE was deployed to the city. The video was inspiring to Amy Reichert, a 58-year-old San Diego resident who started making her own videos claiming a similar scheme was afoot in her city. She is one of many creators channeling populist rage and elite resentment into a style of posting. It's a mode of practicing politics some are calling slopulism. I think that's a pretty doggone good phrase, slopulism. Right, something to that. The influencer Cam Higbee claimed to have uncovered a nearly identical case of fraud undertaken once again by Somali migrants in Washington state. Benny Johnson, a creator with close ties to the Trump administration, set out looking for fraud within state-run homeless programs and misspent COVID relief funds in California. On YouTube, Tyler Oliveira, a 26-year-old creator with over 8 million subscribers, posted videos claiming to have uncovered a welfare-addicted Jewish township in upstate New York. Even Dr. Mehmet Oz, Trump administration official, made a video in which he claims a $3.5 billion medical fraud operation. So what is slopulism? It's MAGA music. It's participatory propaganda. It's entrepreneurial opportunism. It's the synchronization between the movement, the party, and the state that uses a lot of AI. So AI slop combined with populism gives you slopulism. And it can look like gleeful cruelty, sadistic memes and posts that own the libs, or sensationalized claims about fraud and conspiracy. And it works by harnessing the excitement and vibe of a moment, says Nima Parvini. So here, academic agent is cited as a respected academic, right? A senior fellow at the University of Buckingham, who is considered to have popularized the term. He believes it's a way for populist leaders to keep their bases content. It convinces supporters to invest their emotions in storylines rather than substantive politics or structure behind it. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's just entertainment.
With your upcoming book, because the way that the narrative is the DOJ.
That's a good one. Elliot Platt says that my show is an online whack shack. Thank you, my friend. I'm glad that I'm meeting people's needs.
Is preventing Congress from knowing these names. And there's two groups of people that are redacted. Your point is some of these women who are complicit, who are not victims. And then there's obviously some men that were part of this. But do they fall in the same category, or should DOJ, I guess this is what I'm trying to get in my head, is this DOJ's fault for not redacting all of these names? Or is their hand tied because of the way Congress wrote the law requiring them to do this? Or is there discretion in what the DOJ ultimately does or doesn't do?
So I need to keep emotional honesty here. I think I understand what you're thinking right now. You're saying 40. Please decode slopulism using David Pinsoff's alliance theory. And I am here to deliver exactly what you want. And first of all, let me begin with confession. I have many times tried to listen to academic agent. Right? He has a PhD. Right? I respect PhDs. I think he was a serious scholar at one point about Shakespeare. But whenever I listen to this academic agent performance, I just find it unbearably repetitive, shallow, and pretentious. And I'll admit that I usually think of him as just another online Nazi. And that's ironic because I will typically condemn other people who call other people Nazis because Nazism was a particular political movement at a particular point in time. And if you don't speak German and you're not operating in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, I will say literally you cannot be a Nazi, but I do what I condemn in others, right? I just think of him as just another an online Nazi. So maybe what's going on with slopulism is not truth optimization. Maybe it's more about coalition formation, status signaling, and synchronized action. So you don't call yourself right-wing. That can be strategic because labels can constrain your growth. So you avoid any formal ideological tag, keep your signal broad, but you'll broadcast your loyalty to a particular faction through your behavior, your actions, not your self-description or mark where you stand with the alliance. So if you're outside daycare centers and saying there's fraud going on and posting screenshots and framing the story as taxpayer betrayal, these are all coordination signals that will go down with the populist MAGA base, right? You tell a specific audience who you really are and who you oppose. So this Miss Reichardt, she pivoted after watching Nick Shirley. She saw how successful Nick Shirley got exposing fraud in Minneapolis, and that's a tactic that works, right? You notice someone doing something that works, and then you emulate it, you copy it, right? Tactic replication inside a highly competitive status economy is a winning strategy. If you can get attention, then you'll usually seek attention if you're creating content. And the content itself is a low-cost coordination weapon, right? High-quality investigative journalism is highly expensive. It takes time and evidence and usually the backing of an institution, but slopulist fraud videos just require a bit of effort and moral certainty and a camera. So they spread. They're easy. They allow mass participation with minimal investment. So sharing the video is the act, belief is secondary. And then you might get on Fox News. You may get to align upwards. So when someone with high status like Jesse Waters recognizes you, then your status will jump, right? And this produces an arms race, right? The more sensational your claims, the more harshly you go after your enemies, the stronger your moral language, right? The more successful you will be with your alliance. And the best way to strengthen your alliance is to condemn the alliance's enemies, right? Nothing brings people together like hating an outgroup. So I notice in both Australia and America over the past few years, there's just more and more hatred of Indians. It's just huge, and it just binds people together. They don't like Indians. So the enemy of coordination is complexity and nuance and truth optimizing, right? But if you got that moral clarity, that you don't like these various outgroups, that will bind you. So slopulism is a cheap signal. It synchronizes your emotions with your alliance, right? You get to build something with other people, get to be on the same page. Now, people like the New York Times, right? Outlets like the Times and the Washington Post and the LA Times, these are not neutral referees, right? They are a rival high-status coalition defending their monopoly on legitimacy. So they call this output slop and participatory propaganda and misinformation as a status weapon, right? They want to warn elites which content threatens their power, their alliance, and which creators should be socially quarantined. So slopulism on the left is tolerated. Slopulism on the right is pathologized. It's sick, it's bad, it's terrible. So the way the world works is that institutions practice, in addition to individuals, asymmetric moralization. You attack your enemies and you don't attack your friends. So defending democracy and protecting journalistic standards rationalizes what is fundamentally defense of the status of the New York Times and company. So it may appear to be chaos, but it's coordination. We have these influencers generating emotional narratives. Platforms amplify them. Politicians sample them. And then competing alliances put them down and suppress them and say that they're bad. And then the state responds selectively depending on whose ox gets gored. Right? This is not vibes replacing public policy. It's public policy reflecting the reality that it will often be downstream of alliance signaling, right? Andrew Breitbart says politics is downstream from culture. And Miss Reichardt, she's got this great line. She is refusing a life of quiet desperation. So I'm 70 minutes into my live stream because I too am refusing a life of quiet desperation. Right? I'm here to present myself as a truth optimizer, but in reality, what I'm doing is making a bid for status. And what says status more than having 11 live viewers? Let's go, says in the chat. So investigative journalism is not just a craft, right? It is a protected status category. New York Times, the mainstream media, want to use status closure to decide who is allowed to make claims about reality that count. So legacy outlets insist that real investigative journalism requires affiliation with a respected institution, degrees in journalism, editors, lawyers, approved methods, right? So this is not about truth optimizing. This is not about accuracy. It's about restricting entry to who can claim to do investigative journalism. So if only members of their alliance can plausibly claim to do investigative journalism, then you can dismiss the claims of outsiders from rival enemy alliances in advance, no matter what they uncover, no matter how much truth Nick Shirley reveals, you can dismiss him. And you need to do procedural moralization, right? You have to define investigative journalism in ways that favor the New York Times, in ways that favor the workflow of the elite news media. So when the Jewish Journal did a cover story on me in 2007, it used all these anonymous sources to trash me. Now, normally they don't use anonymous sources, but when the topic is Luke Ford, then that which is otherwise unacceptable becomes acceptable. You can use anonymous sources to trash your enemies. Right? You can use anonymity when it's filtered through elite newsrooms. Remember that bloke in the CIA, Eric someone, I think, who pushed forward the impeachment against Donald Trump because Donald Trump did something corrupt in his conversations about Ukraine. And all of social media ganged up to ban any use of this guy's name. There's never been anything like it. So this is late 2019, early 2020. Right? You mention Eric's name, his full name, and your video and your post would just get taken down. There was this complete elite convergence that his name could not be used because they wanted to protect him because he was important to go against Donald Trump. Now, if he was saying something that would have brought down Barack Obama or some Democratic powerhouse, then they would have put all the scrutiny in the world. They would have revealed every messy thing that they could have about his life because he would have then been an enemy. But because he was a friend, then all of power ganged up to deny the ability to name him across any major form of social media. And this was not truth optimization, right? This is not about accuracy. It's about power. So all sorts of speculation and use of anonymous sources is perfectly responsible when you can frame it as reporting on the enemies of your alliance, but it's dangerous when people on the right do it, right? So the same behavior is lauded or condemned based solely on whose ox is getting gored.
When it comes to redactions.
Both. They're not supposed to produce the names of any real victims, but they have to decide who's a real victim. A 25-year-old who went back over and over again is not a real victim. But what Congress did is they wrote a sexist, unconstitutional statute, which said essentially produce the names of the men, but not the women. You know, crime is not gender specific. There are women who are criminals out there, and there are men who are innocent. And the idea of saying we'll produce every name of every man who's ever been accused, and that's what this prominent names list is. It names every single name, including people who are obviously innocent. Obviously, among them, I was never on a plane with any young woman, never got a massage on a plane with anybody. I'm innocent, but my name's been out there. I don't mind that. But put the name of my accuser out there. There's no evidence that she is a victim or a survivor. There is evidence that she's a criminal. So there's no reason why her name should be out there, except that she's a woman and I'm a man. That's sexism. That's unconstitutional. That's what the Supreme Court struck down when it came to race. The same thing is true with gender. You can't have affirmative action in favor of women and against men under our Constitution just on the basis of gender.
So when the congressmen and women complain about some of these redactions, is this just like, let's get to the heart of this. Is this a negotiation with DOJ where Tom Massey or Ro Khanna or whomever says, hey, we see that name there. That's ridiculous because now we see who it is. you guys should redact it. And Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, has at least looks like he's kind of cooperating. I mean, I guess the question is, how should the process work? Should they be the folks that are, I mean, you're talking about like 5 million documents. Like how should this ping pong exercise go back and forth between Congress and DOJ when it comes to unredacting certain things?
Well, first of all, the only names that should be redacted are the names of minors who are victims. Minors who are victims. Anyone who's an adult and has accused anybody shouldn't have their name redacted. Under the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, any accused person has the right to confront their witnesses. That's constitutional. That's not a congressional rule. That's in the Constitution. And so if anybody is accused, I'm accused of receiving a massage on a plane, I have the right to know the name of my accuser. And I'm going to be writing to the Justice Department and maybe even filing suit if necessary to get the name of my accuser. I want my accuser in prison. I'm a victim of her crime. She's not a victim. She may be a victim of Epstein's crime. Not my victim. I never met her. I never saw her. I never heard of her. She made up a false story about me. And I want to find out who she is. And I have the right to find out who she is. And I'm not going to rest until I do find out who she is.
Don't you wonder why somebody, I mean, you were his lawyer, right? Why would some random woman, like what is it? Is it the money that motivates them?
Of course it's the money, and it's the lawyers. Lawyers came up to people. I know this on firsthand experience. Lawyers in Palm Beach and other places came to young women and said, you live in Palm Beach, right? Yeah. Hey, why don't you file a request for $50,000? Oh, but I never met Epstein. I never heard of him.
Come on. Lawyers wouldn't trade their integrity for money and fame, would they? So another way that the mainstream media uses investigative journalism is to bundle their reputation with other news outlets, right? If you follow the proper methodology that they follow their workflow, if you are aligned with their institution, then it's proper investigative journalism. Right? They tie investigative journalism to their broader moral narratives. If you're protecting democracy, which means protecting the power of institutions like them, if you're protecting social norms, meaning the social norms that they favor, if you're protecting the guardrails of society that they favor, then you can do investigative journalism. But if you challenge their findings, you're not disputing facts. Right? You are attacking democracy, right and wrong, apple pie, everything that's sacred, norms, guardrails. So any disagreement with their morality is deviance, and you can't get to claim that you practice investigative journalism. And the elite media uses language to enact their status closure against any enemies claiming to do investigative journalism. So they'll throw in terms like misinformation, disinformation, slopulism, participatory propaganda. These are not truth claims. These are not analytic tools. These are boundary markers. They signal to advertisers, social media platforms, to academics, to bureaucrats, which voices are safe to ignore. So once a creator is placed outside the category of journalist, then their claims no longer require respect or engagement. Now, the news media will also use all sorts of asymmetric skepticism. So narratives that further their agenda will not get nearly as much skepticism as narratives that challenge their agenda. So the mainstream media will use extreme evidentiary standards to enemy narratives and enemy investigations while granting themselves the maximum of interpretive charity. So errors by enemies just show incompetence. Errors by institutions show complexity. So they'll try to make any narrative that furthers a populist, nationalist, MAGA cause as boring as possible. So this double standard preserves their power and their hierarchy while maintaining the appearance of rigor and truth optimization. The elite news media will synchronize with other elites. Most big, powerful forms of the news business are tightly coupled to universities, to foundations, to NGOs, to the administrative state. So when another entity declares a certain investigation or claim illegitimate, right, their allies will mirror that same judgment. So platforms will throttle reach, think tanks will cite the dismissal, officials will refuse comment, you'll get a coordinated response so that the closure feels natural rather than enforced. So think about Gary Webb and the Dark Alliance, his investigative work on the CIA's role in drug trafficking in South Central. Now, Gary Webb was not perfect. Gary Webb made mistakes. But the way the entire elite journalistic structure and other elites just came down on him was to further their own power and their own institutional prerogatives. against someone who was challenging them. It wasn't about seeking truth. So the mainstream media will tell you that investigative journalism can really only be done by them. Right? Think about Watergate, the Pentagon Papers. They'll invoke this lineage. So legitimacy is something that you can only inherit through their institutions. It's not something that you can earn yourself through discovery. Right? A YouTuber can find documents, but they cannot inherit the investigative journalism myth. And the biggest myth of investigative journalism is that it's the product of all this hard work and truth-seeking, when usually the biggest stories are given to you. The biggest stories that I've ever uncovered on my blog were given to me. Right? People with agendas give stories to people to further their agendas. So investigative journalism is a high-status resource. It's usually expensive, and the elite media will not give that privilege up easily. So it's not about the search for truth, right? It's a struggle over who gets to define reality, who gets to accuse, who should be believed, whose claims are real, whose claims are dangerous noise.
Doesn't matter. You live in Palm Beach. If you file a request for $50,000, you're going to get it, and I'm getting a third of that. So lawyers put people up to these false.
One of my favorite things that Alan Dershowitz ever said, I think it was on 60 Minutes about 45 years ago, when he said that criminals who've been charged are almost always guilty of the crime.
Claims. Let's have an investigation of that. I can give you the names of some lawyers. I can give you the names of some people who probably did that, and we're treating them as heroes. They're all over CNN. There's a woman on CNN from time to time who accused Hillary Clinton of having sex tapes involving her sex with young children. She then admitted she made up the whole story. She admitted.
So why is the news media citing Nima Parvini in a respectful way in this instance? Is because he furthers their agenda. So when the news media essentially calls someone a Nazi or an extremist or far right, these are not neutral descriptions. These are not ways of optimizing for truth. These are signals to power that these are bad people, right? These are a threat. So the media trots this out when the figure threatens their authority, their power, their narrative control. Now, when they are useful, right, they get a strange new respect. So here, the New York Times quotes Nima Parvini as a senior fellow at the University of Buckingham, right? That credential does the work, right? It places him inside the category of legible academic. It's not an endorsement of his broader views. It is a tactical narrowing of his identity. So the mainstream media will often quote controversial figures. Remember, Richard Spencer goes on CNN to condemn Donald Trump. So when Richard Spencer is useful to the mainstream media's narrative, then they will use him. So Parvini here is not treated as a moral authority. He's just treated as a descriptive technician. His term slopulism helps the mainstream narrative, helps the New York Times dismiss a phenomenon that it wants to delegitimize. So his broader ideological baggage is inconvenient, it's not useful, so it is not referenced. So labels like Nazi or far right, they're not fixed properties. They're not ways of optimizing for truth. Often they are coordination tools. So you call someone a Nazi to tell other people don't platform them, don't cite them, don't align with them. Quoting someone as an academic does the opposite. It says that this person is worthy of respect. So when Nima Parvini furthers the preferred narrative of the elite, then he's not given the extremist label. But when he furthers a narrative that's dangerous to power and to the elite, then he gets called an extremist. Right? This is status triage. The mainstream media's primary goal is not to tell the truth. It's not to follow moral consistency. It's to control the narrative. It's to control the definition of reality. It's to control who should be listened to, whose claims are worthy of attention, and who should be dismissed. So if a dissident thinker like academic agent produces a term or a tool that can be used against the enemy, then that tool will be laundered in a way that is most effective to the preferred narrative. So the media is not really interested in who he is. It's interested in asking, what function can this bloke service right now? And I think academic agent understands this, right? He knows he becomes radioactive the moment that he launches into his critique of power and the ruling elites. So status labels, usually not truth claims, they are weapons, and people's weapons will be holstered or drawn depending on the fight. So how to understand academic agent? He's an elite theorist. He's not a racial biological ideologue. So perhaps you could place his work closer to Machiavelli or James Burnham more than to Hitler. So he analyzes politics as elite circulation and managing the masses, not as racial destiny. Claims that all politics are oligarchic, that elites rule everywhere, that ideologies are just sentimental packaging to ensure mass compliance. Democracy is not a truth-seeking system, it's just a legitimacy ritual. So he has a theory of how elites exercise power in politics, and I just find him repetitive, reductive, and pretentious, and he's got this one magic key to reality. This is how elites rule, and I just don't find a lot of benefit. So he does not ground hierarchy in race biology, doesn't assert racial hierarchies rooted in blood. His hierarchy is functional and elite-based, not biological. So he'll speak provocatively about groups, but in terms of elite competence. He rejects populism and mass mobilization. Nazism was a mass movement. So he doesn't advocate for a total state. Nazism advocated for a total state. Doesn't argue for total control. But he is radioactive because he does further a critique of power that power doesn't appreciate.
She said she wanted to have something on Jeffrey. There's another woman, the woman who said that she reported to the FBI that she was sexually assaulted back in 1966. Well, she lied. She didn't report that to the FBI. She reported to the FBI that Epstein had stolen a photograph that she took. So, of course, the FBI did an investigation, almost certainly found out that she was not credible, and didn't proceed. But now everybody is saying, oh, my God, they had this.
There's a critique on Colin Delsite, Neocrat, of academic agent. And essentially the critique is for Christians, and it says that academic agent is a merchant of despair, that from his perspective, elites are just intentionally evil, which I don't believe. I think elites just like you or me, except they're elite. Sometimes I think the elites are right, sometimes I think the elites are wrong, and sometimes the people are right. I don't side with either the people and their popular wisdom or the elites necessarily. It depends on the issue. And he says that the elites are just evil through and through. So Pavini blames the elites for everything wrong with the world.
Information from her. If the FBI did a legitimate investigation of all these women who are on CNN, they would find a substantial number of them have committed crimes and are guilty, but they don't want.
So I tell ChatGPT that I just find academic agent is unbearably shallow and pretentious. And he said, ChatGPT says that reaction makes sense. It's not shallow. What reads as depth in Nima Pavini is mostly compression, not insight. He takes a magic key, takes a small set of theories about elites, and then he just repeats them with stylistic confidence, and he treats that repetition as profundity. Once you see the pattern of what he's doing, there's nothing new arriving. There's no value. It's just the same lens reapplied harder. And the pretension comes from his posture, right? From his stance, his superiority. I see through everything. I'm above everything. But it's not wisdom. It's affect. It's a shallow cynicism. Like everything is reduced to his magic key. And pretension shows up when someone confuses their magic key with insight, right? Saying the same thing over and over again is rarely providing value. So Nima Pavini supplies a term like slopulism, and so he becomes tactically useful to the elite. Now, he was a serious scholar. He trained in English literature. He did a PhD. He published multiple works on Shakespeare between 2012 and 2018. Then he took off as academic agent on YouTube. And his journey displays the perils of the e-personality. right? His incentives change, kind of like when Neil Ferguson got a taste of mass applause, so he abandoned his commitments to scholarship and to truth, just seek more and more mass attention. So he becomes an online dissident figure, and he seriously gives up on truth optimizing and scholarship. And he just reduces everything to his single explanatory key, the magic key. It's all about the perfidious elites. And so he enjoys academic trappings, but he's primarily about success in the attention economy.
Want that. That's not the story. That wasn't the story in 1954 when I was a student and I was president of the student body at Brooklyn College, and they were firing people on the basis of claims of McCarthyism. And it was interesting because the man that I was having a conflict with in those days was the chairman of the language department at Brooklyn College. His name was Eugene Scalia, Justice Scalia's father. I got to know him. Nice man, the loveliest man in the world. In fact, I had conversations with Nino Scalia about his wonderful father. But back in those days, people were being fired on the basis of allegations. If any of you, saw the Oppenheimer movie, you'll remember that was happening there. And it happened to Jamie Raskin's father. And that's what's so interesting. I helped defend Jamie.
So Curtis Yarvin is another critic of the elites that I just find unbearably pretentious, because he's always making all sorts of grand pronouncements about topics he doesn't know very much about. Christopher Rufo, I have great respect for him as a successful political tactician. I wouldn't seek him out to optimize for truth or to provide deep, profound analysis, but he's a great political activist. I find Bronze Age pervert just loathsome, just repellent. Michael Lind, right? He also analyzes elites, and he's got some useful things to say. And Pavini, not so much. Just feels shallow, right? The danger of embracing like this magic key to politics is that it ends inquiry, right? If someone thinks that they've already got the code to reality, then curiosity gives way to pattern matching, right? Questions turn into demonstrations. You don't test the evidence. Disagreement becomes stupidity or bad faith. So Pavini has this one elite theory, and everything is reduced to that. So if you're truly optimizing for truth, you're going to grow more tentative, not more certain. You're going to become slower to generalize. You're going to be quicker to admit ignorance, right? The magic key thinker moves in the opposite direction. His confidence will grow as his explanations simplify. His vocabulary and emotions will harden. His conclusions will arrive faster. And so he probably started off with some legitimate insights, right? Magic key thinking often begins with a useful insight. But then when you start treating your magic key as the all-embracing explanation, as reality itself, the map is now the territory. It's not a way to optimize for truth.
Raskin's father, when he was accused of opposing the Vietnam War, he was a great man, a great patriot, and Jamie was a great student. But he's falling into this trap because he wants to be the next senator from Maryland. And he's a good guy. He's a decent guy. But he ought to understand McCarthyism because his father was a victim of it.
Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump are caught up in the latest batch, too. Let's take Lutnick first. I don't understand what... So here's...
So why is there such an intense, highly moralized reaction to this whole Jeffrey Epstein story? So it's not really about truth-seeking or morality. It's really a high-stakes game for power and to protect reputation. So you have a densely networked elite that for a time, many members of this elite found Jeffrey Epstein useful. Now, any connection to Jeffrey Epstein threatens to destroy their reputation. So we have all these members of the elite rapidly resorting themselves to try to avoid reputational extinction. So initially, the Epstein story was managed through proceduralism. He committed crimes, and then there were plea deals, and there were sealed agreements, and there was institutional discretion. And that's how the world usually works, right? You have a process. But now it's shifted to hyper-moralization. Why? Because it was useful. It was useful for the populist nationalist movement, the MAGA movement, because it was anti-elite. So narratives gain power the more useful they are. So the Epstein story broke procedural containment. And so when process no longer protects, you get a flooding of moral language, right? Not because the truth or the morality changed, but because the incentives changed. Why do we have such a hyper-moralization? Why do we have this intense moral panic over Jeffrey Epstein? Because of incentives. So now, central danger for anyone with any connection to Jeffrey Epstein, right, is their reputation. I was disappointed I wasn't named in the Jeffrey Epstein files. I was hoping that someone might have cited something profound or wise that I'd said. So Jeffrey Epstein is now radioactive, so everyone within his social radius faces a problem. Because when one person is attacked and one person is radioactive like Jeffrey Epstein, then anyone who's ever been connected or supported that person will also get attacked, because we naturally attack our enemies and support our friends. So now people have an intense incentives to signal, oh, I was never with Jeffrey Epstein. And the fastest way to signal that is to get hyper-moral. So now we have the adoption of all this extreme moral language by people who used to be fairly close to Jeffrey Epstein. Right? They're trying to tell their network, hey, I think it's terrible. I have nothing to do with that guy. So the more loudly, the more extremely you denounce him, right, the clearer you signal. Right? Any neutrality, any nuance becomes suspicious. Silence becomes evidence. So we have a moral panic driven by fear of reputational contagion. So the elite system is tightly coupled. So exposure does not stop with Jeffrey Epstein. Right? It threatens donors, institutions, law firms, universities, nonprofits, media organizations. People in the populist anti-elite movement now see that the process protected Jeffrey Epstein. So the attention is now shifting to the process, and the hyper-moralization of this moral panic, right, redirects scrutiny. So now Jeffrey Epstein is presented as someone uniquely monstrous. And so elites are trying to change the story to just, oh, it's Jeffrey Epstein's individual depravity. They want to shift the story away from procedural failure, but anti-elites want to keep the focus on procedural failure. Because they want to practice coalition hygiene, not repentance. Right? If you are presented publicly as doing something monstrous, then anyone connected to you will want to distance themselves as quickly as possible. Right? Harvey Weinstein was protected for decades as long as he was useful. But when he stopped being useful, he became expendable, and he was sacrificed in the Me Too movement. So people are driven by fear and insecurity. Everybody knows that their social standing and their reputation is conditional. Everyone knows that alliances can flip overnight. So we see all these elites overperforming their moral outrage, right, to try to protect their reputation. Right? Yesterday's protected figure like a Harvey Weinstein or a Jeffrey Epstein, right, becomes today's moral monster. So life is unpredictable, and this keeps people anxious, particularly the elite, because they have more to lose. So they are hyper vigilant. They are using their moral outrage as insurance, right? You denounce loudly today so that nobody doubts you tomorrow. So in times of maximum stress, maximum fear, maximum insecurity, you get the most hyperbolic moral denunciation. That's why over the past 18 months, the denunciations of Donald Trump have become so incredibly moralized and over the top.
The hit against Lutnick. First of all, the revelation that he's with his wife and his kids, I think, which I
think Michael Tracey's done a lot of good
very
job.
Early, one of the earliest, I would say, journalistic skeptics of the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. Obviously, that occasioned a torrent of charges that I was somehow compromised by Russia, that my motive was fundamentally somehow about advancing the interests of Russia, or even I was being paid in rubles, so on and so forth. And there have been similar reactions to things that I've done over the years that just engender this tsunami of defamation. But I do have to say, the Epstein story is sort of unique in the kind of defamation that it engenders, but because there is this element inherent to the story of quote unquote.
So for years, I broke a lot of stories about rabbinic sex abuse. And the enemies I made would try to push back and say, oh, you're just writing about sex abuse because you're a sex abuser yourself.
Quote, pedophilia, or at least perceived pedophilia, then when one's motives get impugned, obviously they're going to be impugned in the most depraved way possible, meaning I'm trying to cover up my own sexual lust for underage children or something to that effect. I mean, I can't tell you, not that I'm someone who extrapolates a whole lot from my online interactions, because that could lead people to go astray, I find. But I will just tell you that it's fairly unbelievable. I mean, the average person on the street would be amazed to see how many thousands of people.
So this is what truth sounds like. It's halting. It's not charismatic and thrilling, right? It's awkward.
Every day just confidently declare me to be personally a pedophile. And I think a lot of people in the media, for reasons that you can probably understand, don't want to deal with that kind of pushback. They'll deal with some pushback, sure, but this is a different level of pushback, because even to have your name uttered in the same sentence with pedophilia is something that people don't even want to have to contend with, because even to refute it is to only amplify it further. Mm-hmm. But in terms of what I am motivated by, yeah, I've had to come up with sort of an elevator pitch on this, because people will often ask me, why do you even bother with this story? Well, my answer, I hope, is pretty simple. Number one, I feel that mass panic or moral panic and mass hysteria are unto themselves destructive. Mm-hmm. And we can go through a great many destructive ramifications of this Epstein story and the way that it's functioned in the public domain over the past 6 months, or even over the past many years. Number two, I feel that the common understanding of what the Epstein story supposedly signifies has given rise to an extremely widespread misdiagnosis of what I would regard to be real political problems. So if one takes it on dogma that there really is this incredibly pervasive elite pedophile ring that is shielded from accountability at the highest levels of our government and other foreign governments, and legions of VIPs are ensnared in this blackmail operation to get them to do the bidding of whomever, often.
So one reason people embrace narratives such as a bunch of pedophiles run the world is because they're exciting. And people don't believe these narratives in the same way they believe that if they don't show up to work, they won't get paid. Right? They embrace these narratives in a more distant, abstract way, that it just makes their life more interesting, more exciting. It gives them opportunity to bond and to develop their hatred for their enemies. And I just read a book on Ruby Ridge and the American tendency to be obsessed with the end of the world. But when Americans and non-Americans are obsessed with the end of the world, it's not primarily about believing in it the same way they believe they have to show up to work to get paid. It's about a more exciting narrative that fills their life with more purpose and more intensity and more emotions and more connection. People embrace stories that serve them. And I wish the authors of this book on Ruby Ridge, or people who write about misinformation, disinformation, understand we did not evolve to be gullible with regard to our vital interests. And whatever you believe abstractly about the end of the world, if it doesn't affect your daily life in a negative way, then it's harder to say it is hurting you. And so people develop beliefs, not primarily out of truth optimization, but primarily on the basis of, does it serve me? Does it serve my tribe? Does it serve my preferred alliance? Does it denigrate and hurt my enemies? And not primarily on the basis of, oh, is this ontologically sound?
Israel, not always exclusively Israel, is who the theory leads to. Then that's going to shape how you understand downstream political problems to have been incubated or what they originated from. And I think that unto itself is a big problem. And there are also lots of civil liberties problems that I think have been attendant to this issue. And I, throughout the time that I've been somebody who engages in the public arena, have been very much attentive to civil liberties issues.
I think Donald Trump deserves accurate criticism as much as anyone else with power, that there are dumb, bad, idiotic, incompetent things that Donald Trump does, in addition to useful, profound, wise things that he says and does. And what's interesting to me about the elite rhetoric regarding Donald Trump is how hyper-moralized it is. So when do we get this hyper-moralized public rhetoric? Right? It's not to do with morality. It's not to do with truth. It's not to do with virtue. It is a way for people to coordinate. Right? We moralize to recruit allies, to signal our allegiance to a particular coalition, and to punish our enemies. So this hyper-moralization is not so much a compass. It's a siren. It tells people where to cluster. So if power is confident, it does not moralize. The extreme moralization regarding Donald Trump is a symptom of panic and fear and insecurity, which is a rational response to the loss of power. So when power is comfortable, it proceduralizes. It thinks we can just win through our institutional leverage, through our performance, through our procedures, through our norms, our experience, our competence, our continuity. We've got resumes and agencies and precedent and data. You only get the hyperbolic moral language when all these tools stop working. So this explains the arc of elite opposition to Donald Trump. Remember, in the early days, there was a great deal of contempt and dismissal, but it wasn't highly moralized. So the Huffington Post would only treat Donald Trump, cover Donald Trump in its entertainment section for several months in 2015. And the initial response to Donald Trump by the ruling elite was primarily procedural. You had Adam Schiff and Liz Cheney talking about statutes, whistleblower rules, protocols, impeachment mechanics. Right? They weren't primarily saying Donald Trump is evil, he's a fascist and Nazi. It's that Donald Trump has acted improperly. He's not qualified. He's outside the rules. And the overwhelming assumption among the opponents of Donald Trump was that the institutions would correct this anomaly. So I had friends in the Republican Party who would tell me, Luke, you don't know things that I know, and so I know that Donald Trump will never be the Republican Party nominee for president. Well, these mechanisms fail, and then the rhetoric changes. So Donald Trump is elected. He survives investigations. He survives impeachment. He survives overwhelmingly negative news media coverage. He survives bureaucratic resistance. And so the elite, by 2024, realize they can no longer plausibly contain the process will contain Donald Trump. So then you get a surge in moral denunciation. It's no longer that Trump is wrong or incompetent or outside the process or improper. Donald Trump becomes an existential threat, a unique danger, a dictator, a moral emergency, a fascist, a Nazi. So this shift towards hyperbolic moral rhetoric reflects the insecurity felt by those with power who were threatened by Donald Trump. So our groups will moralize most intensely when they have the most fear, when they see they are losing power. If the elite can no longer win arguments through process, through expertise, through credentials, then they have to raise the cost of any association with the enemy. So the hyperbolic denunciatory, wow, that's a big word, language against Donald Trump is not aimed to persuade or to outline what is true. The goal here is deterrence. The elite want to make it as painful and difficult as possible to ally with Donald Trump. So you get terms like deplorable, fascist, authoritarian, threat to democracy. Right? These are not analytical categories. These are social weapons. These are labels to mark moral contamination. And anyone who cooperates with the target risks exile from the prestige network. So this is not about Donald Trump personally. It's about what Donald Trump represents structurally. He threatens their power. Donald Trump mounted a successful, hostile takeover of first the Republican Party, then the American political system. He bypassed the normal gatekeepers. Donald Trump has not relied on expert consensus, on the validation of the legacy media. He's not relied on the bureaucracy. So he is dangerous to people whose power depends on those things. If credentials and process stop conferring authority, then the value of your credentials and accumulated status collapses. Now you have years of investment in symbolic capital that's suddenly not worth very much. This is why the FBI moved from quite procedural authority against Donald Trump to all this loud public moral signaling. So when enforcement legitimacy is not working, then agencies must moralize their missions. Right? They stop saying, trust us because we follow the rules. They start saying, trust us because Donald Trump is evil. So people like Joy Reid and David French, right, they went on a similar journey. Their rhetoric is not aimed at converting Trump voters. It is aimed inward. It reassures their coalition, their alliance, that Donald Trump is evil, that loyalty to process matters, and that any defection, any nuance, any compromise with Donald Trump will be punished socially with hyperbolic moral denunciation. So the hyper-moralization is diagnostic, and it is a diagnosis of fear, not confidence. Right? If the existing system delivered, if it shared prosperity and legitimacy, elites would just point to those results. They'd say, look at the outcomes, look at the stability, look at the growth, look at the expertise. But when these claims no longer work, when these claims lose traction, then you get a flood of moral language. Right? Not because elites suddenly become more obsessed with morality, but because they've run out of procedural leverage. If you can defeat someone on the basis of facts, you use facts. If you can defeat someone on the basis of logic, you use logic. But if facts and logic don't work, then you got to try something else.
Issues in a variety of contexts. So you might call it a civil liberties issue that after the production of these most recent quote-unquote Epstein files, anybody who appears in them is assumed through this incredibly tenuous and specious guilt by association to somehow be implicated in pedophilic sex criminality. Now, I will say that I thought it was warranted in this instance to have maximum disclosure because of the unique resonance this issue has taken on, and unfortunately that was going to be a casualty. However, if one approaches the document production rationally, one should be able to discern if anybody actually is implicated in pedophilic sex crimes. But of course, the general public is not going to use any real discernment. But there are other civil liberties issues, which we could go into detail if you'd like, having to do, for example, with the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, which was frankly one of the most shambolic trials I've ever had the misfortune of studying. The widespread just declaration that anybody who self-declares as a, quote, victim is thereby a victim with not a single bit of corroborative interrogation done as to the veracity of their claim.
So these are, I think, truth bombs from Michael Tracey. This hyperbolic moralistic rhetoric aimed against Donald Trump is the elite's last line of defense. So process no longer rules, process no longer protects them, rules no longer guarantee their dominance and power, so they must use moralization instead of process. They want to freeze their alliance in place. They want to make any disagreement with their ruling coalition feel dangerous. So Donald Trump is the president, but most of America's institutions are still in the hands of the left. So the louder the moral panic, the clearer the signal. Right? When people shout, they shout because they don't feel they can win any other way. So all these accusations of fascism and dictatorship and authoritarianism and threat to democracy, they play a very specific role in opposition to Donald Trump. And it's not about truth. It's not about morality. It's not about dictatorship or fascism or democracy. These are not descriptive claims. These are rhetorical weapons. These are alliance weapons. Right? These labels function as maximum intensity moral alarms. Right? They are an assertion of dangerous moral contamination. So you want to use accusations of fascism to shut down any fluidity in your coalition. Because once you invoke fascism, then any ordinary disagreement is illegitimate by definition. You can't compromise with fascism. So once you call Trump and his followers fascist or authoritarian, right, you want to collapse any nuance. Because fascism is the terminal category for modern politics. It is the very worst thing possible. So once you use and apply fascism, it says that all the ordinary tools of opposition have been exhausted. There are no longer any moral constraints. Who doesn't like a thrilling cause to save democracy removed of any moral constraints? Debate with fascism becomes complicity. Compromise with fascism is weakness. Neutrality is cowardice. Following the rules, that's appeasement of evil. So this hyperbolic moral framing is designed to force bystanders to choose sides immediately. It is a coordinating function. So when power is secure, power will accuse its opponents of being wrong, reckless, unqualified, improper. When elites feel insecure, they will accuse their opponents of being evil, because evil descriptors are sticky, right? They travel faster than facts, and they pose enormous reputational costs at anyone who is associated with evil. So the threat to democracy claim is especially revealing because it's not falsifiable, does not require showing any evidence. It's only about an imagined future. So it makes it ideal for disciplining your group, your alliance. If Trump wins, democracy dies. If you tolerate Trump, you endanger democracy. If you normalize Trump, you are responsible for this catastrophe. So any competition becomes moral triage. And the language escalates as the procedural containment fails. So early resistance to Trump is all about violation of norms, conflicts of interest, emoluments, corruption, something improper, Russia investigations, impeachments, right? These are all institutional moves. Right? These are all based on the assumption that Donald Trump can be neutralized through the existing rules. Now, the rules did not deliver removal of Donald Trump. So the rhetoric had to harden. The fascism language had to rush in.
I think that runs afoul of just basic common sense, but it also leads to serious civil liberties infringements. And there's a chronic unwillingness to look at this issue from any of those angles. So that's what I feel, what I can perceive in my own mind to be what I'm motivated by. People oftentimes don't accept that. They love to fling all kinds of other extraneous things that I'm allegedly motivated by, but to the extent that I can access my own brain, that's what I'm motivated by.
Yeah, so first of all, I commend you for doing the work. Somebody has to do it. You are doing the unpopular thing, and in my opinion, the ethical thing. It is always hardest in the midst of a moral panic to go against the grain, especially when you can be labeled. If it's the 1950s, you're labeled a communist. If it's the 2010s, you're labeled a racist. If it's Trump Russia, you're
Yes, Michael Tracey doing the work. You know who's also doing the work? Teal, Swan. And Decoding the Gurus had a pretty amusing episode on Teal, Swan.
And others. Ulster, there are different things that people have for it. Now, Matt, yes, we are here and we are talking about an alleged cult leader, alleged by me and others. But this is somebody known as Teal Swan, or born Mary Teal Bosworth. Around the same age as me, Matt, the 1984, I think she was born in. So we are kindred spirits, right? And she's a spiritual influencer, author, self-help teacher, and is known for a variety of things. You know, she does the normal self-help stuff. She gives information about past lives, trauma, relationships, personal transformation, self-actualization, all these kind of things. But she also does have claims that, like Manveer talked about, why is she so special, Matt? Why is she so special? Well, she is capable of clairvoyance. She's like clairvoyant. She can communicate with, unseen forces and spirits, and she has
must come in handy.
But does come in handy as a cult leader. Yes, I do. And she can travel around astral planes, all those kind of things. Also, Matt, she alleges that she was a victim of a satanic sex cult. She was abused and trafficked, and not just on a one-off occasion. Like she was for, the better part of a decade being sold out, and she witnessed 7 children be sacrificed on altars and all this kind of thing. And she was interacting with one of the leading, advocates for the satanic panic, a psychologist at the time. So she kind of fits in with a whole bunch of stuff. She's had controversies, we should also mention.
Just before you mention, can I just ask, was anybody charged?
So I have a part of me that's quite attracted to gurus and pundits and cults. And magic keys to reality and flattering narratives. I think in part it's like a fast track to intimacy. I join a cult and it's like, oh, look, we love you, right? Cults love bomb people. And so I will initially find that really intoxicating, but then my skeptical mind will kick in. But where do antisocial losers, right, find community? Because a normal, healthy person will not spend a great deal of time with someone who's an antisocial loser. Normal people will not hang out with alcoholics, drug addicts, underowners, sex addicts, right? People with debilitating emotional compulsions. So where do these socially marginalized losers find a home? And there aren't many upstanding people willing to hang with them. But there are all sorts of cults and gurus who are willing to extend themselves to gain another follower.
Was anyone brought to justice over this terrible thing? I mean, what, like 7 children, like ritually sacrificed? That's terrible.
Yeah.
Did any of this come to light?
No, but I mean, you know how deep the satanic infiltration goes.
It's slippery.
You wouldn't be getting things like convictions or stuff like that. And she's alleged, abuse from family members, and they have denied it and also never been found guilty for that. Whether abuse of some form or whatever took place is...
So in the Jewish community, there's an anti-abuse activist, Vicky Polan, who went on Oprah's show in the 1980s to talk about being a victim of this ritualized satanic abuse. And I ended up interviewing people close to Vicky Polan at that time who said that none of this happened. And so I find Vicky Polan's claims in that area dubious, but that doesn't mean that Vicky Polan was not right or profound or insightful or offering of clarity and wisdom and depth in other matters. So all of us often are pretty nutty in one thing and pretty sharp and cluey and clear in other things.
Beyond our ability to know. But I will say a childhood friend of hers did an extended podcast with like a 3-hour interview. It's like her best friend from childhood who was there for all of the events described. And basically,
it seems to be a pretty common social phenomenon that people will make exaggerated claims of victimhood to try to gain status when victimhood becomes a high status category. So prior to the 1960s, like claiming to be a victim was a low status thing. But during the 1960s, claiming victimhood became higher status. And as a result, right, with a greater reward for claiming victimhood, you get more claims of victimhood.
It explains how, apart from her having some very unusual interests and tendency to be hyperbolic.
No one can understand me when I say under-earning. I have a problem saying my R's. It wasn't about under-owning. It was about under-earning, E-A-R-N-I-N-G. But no one can hear that because I've got this combination of the lazy Australian accent and the lazy Californian accent, and somehow I just swallow my R's. It's the only reason that I don't deliver the CBS Evening News.
About things and talking a lot about sex at a young age. The other aspects of it, there's no evidence for it, right? Like it's just her parents. She alleges like her parents, let this all go on implicitly and so on, but there is no evidence that any of it actually occurred. And she's claimed a whole bunch of other things. Like she's claimed various successful careers around which there's dubious evidence. So yeah, a bit of a fantasist is probably the way to put it. She was profiled in a couple of documentaries. There was a 6-part Gizmodo podcast called The Gateway, an investigative podcast series. And then there was another one that was a documentary series called The Deep End, where they were embedded, I think, for 3 years in her community and so on. And the main controversy around those has focused on the standard cult things, like cutting off members from family.
So I first heard of Teal Swan when I found her on YouTube, and I thought she was making some profound insights into male-female relations. I was like, oh, wow, this is great. And then I did further research, and she seemed a little bit more dodgy. But I initially thought, wow, here's a brave truth teller. Now, what's going on in Los Angeles politics? We have another moral panic filled with hyperbolic language, It's about the top story in LA right now. So Karen Bass, LA's mayor, helped this woman who I believe is of Indian origin, Nitya Raman. So Karen Bass, who's black, helped this Nitya Raman win re-election. Now Nitya Raman is running for mayor of Los Angeles to unseat Karen Bass. And so you get this hyperbolic moral language. Some call it a betrayal. So why are we getting all this hyperbolic moral language? And why does the news media want to avoid the racial angle on this story? So you have all these black power brokers talking about what a betrayal this is, that Nitya Raman is now running for mayor. It's a breach of trust. It's a betrayal. It's hard for me to stomach. So why do you get this hyperbolic moral language at a routine act of politics? Right? Because betrayal is the hyperbolic term that we give to people who don't behave as we expect. You can't form any kind of relationship with someone without becoming vulnerable to feeling betrayed, because other people are not fully knowable, just as we are not fully knowable. And one reason for this is the power of the situation. We typically know people in just one situation, such as work or play or worship, or this is a fan or a supporter. So we think, oh, they're predictable because we only know them in that one situation. Then we try to generalize our understanding from that one situation to their whole selves, which is a big mistake, because when the situation changes, people change. People don't act the same way in church, in synagogue, at work, in sex, and at a sports stadium. So our political decisions and beliefs don't come from our deep moral values. They come from our strategic social alliances. We join groups, and then we adopt ideologies and beliefs to support our group and to attack our enemies. So this conflict between Mayor Karen Bass and Council Member Nitya Raman is not primarily about principles, but it is a run-of-the-mill shift in the benefits of their partnership. So alliances depend on three things: similarity, transitivity, and interdependence. Meaning, do you have things in common, and does your alliance work together? So when they shared a strong interdependence, then they were incentivized to stay together. When they had mutual benefit, they were incentivized to stay together. But you get betrayal when an ally finds, hey, there is a more advantageous option elsewhere, or the current partner is seen as a liability. So Nitya Raman, who's to the left of Karen Bass, she argues that LA is now at a breaking point. It's the problem of housing and homelessness, right? This is a propaganda tactic to justify challenging and unseating her ally. She has to generate a story, a narrative that the ally has failed some big moral or practical test. So Raman points to these failures in Karen Bass's term as mayor of LA, and they're not new realizations. They're just the new justifications trotted out for this new rivalry. And the black power brokers in LA are furious because they see that if Karen Bass is removed from power, that the black power brokers will have less power. But the news media doesn't want to talk about the racial angle to this. So blacks enjoy power just as much as non-blacks enjoy power. Jews enjoy power just as much as non-Jews enjoy power. Karen Bass loses and Nitya Raman wins. The blacks fear they will lose power in LA. So we naturally tend to use race and ethnicity and various identity markers, such as wearing a kippah, as coordination signals to form and maintain a coalition. And in politics, you are strongly incentivized to form a winning coalition so that your side has its grip on the coercive powers of government. So now you have an alliance between leaders of different ethnic blocs dissolve, right? And now you have conflict and friction, and people are retreating to their tribal coordinates. So you've got Denny Bakewell, who, if you saw him, you'd think he was a white guy, but he can get more status and power by invoking his black identity. You have LA's black newspaper, the Los Angeles Sentinel, who are just furious and want to call this move, backstabbing betrayal, right? They want to signal that this new threat from the left is just a terrible, terrible thing. They want to hyper-moralize a routine political decision. And then the LA Times goes along with this, right? They call this new upstart backstabber or betrayer, someone who is left behind the values that should be governing our city. And the LA Times highlights this moralized angle because it's the most effective tag for mobilizing a coalition against this challenger. Because the LA Times is broadly aligned with the black power structure in Los Angeles, and they don't like this new Indian upstart. So the LA Times doesn't mention the racial conflict here because the LA Times wants to protect power. They want to protect the ruling elite coalition that the LA Times is right dab smack in the middle. And so to rule, to gain power, to gain access to those coercive powers of government, you have to make alliances. You have to form fragile peace treaties between competing ethnic and interest-based centers. So any talk about the racial component of this split will destabilize a progressive coalition that the newspaper supports. So they want to frame this conflict as moral, as personal betrayal. It's a policy dispute. Then it's manageable within their existing elite social order. But if it becomes a racial tribal war, then the costs for every other politician and institution in the city skyrocket. So the LA Times wants to play down what's really going on.
He's making strong demands on them and requiring that they devote all their attention to the cult leader. And another aspect, a more disturbing aspect, where she has been accused of encouraging suicide. Now, not directly saying, go commit suicide, but kind of presenting it as pushing a reset button. And if you have the right intention, you can choose rebirths and all this kind of thing. So she explicitly explained in some interviews on those documentaries that she games SEO in order to try and target people, who are searching for, I'm super depressed, what the fuck do I do? And she has techniques like asking them to visualize their own death, which is something, therapists who have expertise in these kind of things say it's not a good idea to do for people with suicidal ideation. So yeah, she's controversial because of that in particular, plus all the usual cult stuff.
Right. Yeah, well.
So you may be asking, 40, how do I gain power and gain status by becoming an anti-racism activist? So the reason that we do things is to increase our evolutionary fitness and to get more of the good things in life. And everybody enjoys feeling proud. Everybody enjoys status. Everybody enjoys money and resources. And so if you join the anti-racism movement, you get to live with the elites. You join a network of academics and corporations and consultants and bureaucratic leaders and NGOs who manage the standards of right and wrong in institutions. So you get to make a lot of money if you become useful to this alliance. Think about people who don't have a great deal of intelligence and wisdom, but they've really worked this racket, like Ibram Kendi and Robin DiAngelo, who provide frameworks and stories and narratives that, for example, every policy must be judged by its racial outcomes. And Robin DiAngelo offers seminars and all these psychological and institutional tools to enforce compliance with corporate DEI statements. So when you have a big anti-racism industrial complex, there's a vast industry that you can use to advance your own interests. You can become an administrator. You can become a consultant. You can offer these high-value intellectual products that generate speaking fees and book deals, and you can be funded by universities. And you can attach yourself to all sorts of credentials, right? If you can master the anti-racism rhetoric, right, you can navigate social norms that are essential for longevity in elite circles. So if you're able to frame all disparities between groups as the result of systemic racism, then you get to expand bureaucratic power and consulting power to monitor and correct this systemic racism. And you get to hire and fire and promote and admit in ways that prioritize the interests of your group over the enemy groups. So it's fun to be the moral arbiter of institutional life. That makes you indispensable and powerful, gives you high status. So the anti-racism industrial complex is a regulatory guild embedded in elite institutions. It's not interested in mass persuasion. It wants power, wants jurisdiction. It wants to be able to define reality, what counts as moral and immoral, what is professional conduct, competence, what is safe, right? What is legal compliance. And so if you can generate doctrine for this complex, if you can translate doctrine into rules, right, you can have a great career. You can be chief diversity officer. You can be an equity executive. And any disagreement with your preferred way of looking at the world shows how immoral you are. So you can convert moral language into clinical protocols and training requirements and academic admissions and reporting obligations. Right? So anti-racism is no longer just about speech, it's about workflow. HR departments, legal departments become the anti-racism's enforcement arm. They don't care about theory, they care about liability, reputation, regulatory exposure. And anti-racism is risk mitigation. So it's irrational to resist it. The cost of compliance is predictable. The cost of non-compliance is astronomical. So that asymmetry guarantees widespread adoption. But now comes along someone like Donald Trump, and particularly in his second term in office, the incentives have changed dramatically. Power now feels threatened, and the old ways of doing things no longer quite so effective. Right, back to Decoding the Gurus.
Conscious community, where, like, oh, you've joined our thing, you've been here for a few weeks, but I'm not seeing it with you. You're not letting down. You're not opening your gates.
Thank you.
Glib Medley is back. Greetings to all the Slopulists. So I hope, Glib, that you're doing the work. I hope you're opening up your consciousness to our truth optimization.
Your constant desire to be safe and not, acceding to the demands.
Not exploited and abused. Yes, preventing your progress along the path. Yeah. So this was worrying. There's a little bit more. So she now complains about Gen Z and how they're not the best cult members, right? Because they've got too many boundaries and other things going on. So listen to this.
That's the first evolution for community, is actually individualization of community itself. But in order to even go there, we're going to have to be, getting the millennial generation and the Gen Z generation to go in the direction of letting go of some of the freedoms they're wanting for the sake of what they're trying to build.
Ooh. Wow. Okay. I would love to go deeper into that, letting go of the freedoms that they're wanting.
Yeah, well, you literally can't create the level of freedom that these generations have tried to create without a consequence and a payment for that. Mm-hmm. So if I'm the type of person who says, I want the freedom to do whatever feels good in the moment. Well, then guess what? When it starts to feel bad to stay somewhere, I'm going to move. Well, if I'm going to move, then I'm never going to be in a place long enough to build a real life there.
There's no ownership.
Yeah. So
which we haven't explored today, the ownership.
Well, obviously, when I make that choice, then I'm making the choice for one thing at the expense of the other. And so there's no way for us to actually build conscious community that way. It's not going to be a thing because we want so much personal freedom. We even want to be able to walk away from the community. And if we have that attitude when things get difficult, just like a marriage, it's going to end. So right now, I'm watching a generation that even though we are going to go in the direction of conscious community, there's no other way because this is going to be.
So you can only have a community through a reduction in freedom. And so I situate myself kind of in a middle point where I'm willing to trade some freedom for some community, and I'm willing to trade some community for some freedom. But connection, community, right, a strong in-group identity comes with a price. So to that extent, I agree here with Teal Swan.
Become so deeply empty for so many people in these generations.
I mean, she's pretty explicit there.
What did you detect, Matt, in that? What did you note there?
Yeah, if you want to be a part of the conscious community, if you want to really build something, you got to give up your freedom. There's just no, you can't have the freedom to just do whatever you like, even just to leave the community.
Yeah, leave the community. Out of
leave
all
the
community
community.
Could have picked. Yeah, we don't want to leave the community, and they want to go live in other places, Matt. Living in other places, sure, It might open some opportunities, but it's going to close others. Like, you move away from my Teal Swan conscious community. What the hell are you doing? Prioritizing family and employment and joy and comfort. You could be.
So people like Randy Weingarten and leaders of various bureaucracies, including unions, they can accumulate power and status by embracing this anti-racism agenda. Right? You can hardwire your anti-racist criteria into rules and grievance procedures and accreditation standards, and that gives you more power. And you don't need popular support. You just need credentialing bottlenecks. Right? You don't allow people to become teachers or nurses or administrators or lawyers or doctors or social workers unless they pass through your chosen anti-racism bottleneck. And you get to signal that you're a good person to those who have capital. You get to use equity, ESG stuff to convert moral alignment into a signal to investors. So by funding anti-racism, you show that you are committed to equality and all good things. So you can adjust your language, and that's easier to change than to adjust your business model. So anti-racism is most influential and spreads fastest in highly financialized sectors because it is a way to protect your reputation. So anti-racism creates new domains for expertise that only certified insiders can use. So every time you have an anti-racism mandate, you need auditors, you need trainers, you need investigators, you need compliance officers. You have a permanent demand for your guild. You have elite closure. As soon as you develop anti-racism standards, you make them linguistically complex, rapidly changing, socially policed. You can filter out outsiders without any overt discrimination. Right? You have to master the anti-racism language by immersing yourself in elite institutions and following the rules and create, therefore, a self-replicating system. Any deviation, right, shows that you're a bad person. You make compliance mandatory. That shows your power. And you make anti-racism synonymous with safety and decency and ethics. So then people in power gain immunity from ordinary scrutiny because Harvey Weinstein, he was against racism and sexism. He must be a good guy. And any opposition or criticism of these standards is dangerous. It's not debated. It's just pathologized. So this doesn't lead to mass support. But this is a credentialed managerial regime that governs by embedding their moral doctrines into operating standards. And its strength lies in boring things: policy manuals, HR software, accreditation standards, risk assessments. So you can sell the catechism. You can control the doors. This alliance doesn't need to win arguments. It only needs to remain in power, remain required. It depends on two things: administrative mandate and moral presumption. It loses power when either of those pillars falls. So now we have a change in federal funding. We now have a change in federal policy. And so now the industrial anti-racism complex is under great threat. And so it is reacting with litigation, with hyperbolic moralized language. It is frightened. And as the market operates, the anti-racism compliance economy shrinks because it can only grow in periods of economic surplus. So when we get higher interest rates and capital discipline, that forces firms to prioritize what it wants to protect first. Is it revenue or risk? And so DEI bureaucracies must struggle to justify themselves under these conditions. Many corporations have not abandoned their DEI language, they have simply changed it. So bureaucratic power depends on visibility, budgets, and enforcement authority. What Donald Trump is doing is dissolving all three. And there is a steady reputational decoupling among elites. So this industrial anti-racism complex thrived when anti-racism was a universal elite signal. But that signal is fragmenting. We have shareholder pushback. We have lawsuits against anti-white discrimination. So the anti-racism industrial complex is not collapsing due to a popular backlash. It's being hollowed out by a change in concrete incentives. So now federal money penalizes rather than rewards DEI. Courts are now penalizing DEI. Capital is tightening. elites are decoupling their moral language from managerial competence. So the Anti-Racism Alliance is losing power, funding, and jurisdiction. Now, they're not falling dramatically. They're contracting quietly. Budgets are shrinking. Titles are changing. Authority is dispersing. The rhetoric is changing. The bureaucracy that enforced DEI is slowly dissolving back into ordinary management. So the anti-racism complex has had to abandon its overt capture of institutions. Now they're trying to operate with stealth, insulation, and dispersion.
Serving my conscious community so much more. And, you know, it all fits in when you start seeing things from the point of view of the seekers who are like, you know, this world, this life, it's really just like a part of a much grander play. You're a multidimensional being. What's a little discomfort if a truly enlightened being is helping you along the path to pure alignment? Sure, you know, you might have to sleep on the floor or deal with their outbursts and stuff, but, you know, you don't get things in life for free, right?
Yeah. I mean, the theme is always consistent, isn't it? Like out there, we live in a fallen and corrupt world, right? You're unhappy, you're unsatisfied, you don't know which way to go. You need to join this community. You need to give up some freedoms, all right? You need to go through the pain points and open your gates to Teal, Swan, submit yourself, and only then will things begin to start.
So there's a TV show called Rehab Addict, and it's been pulled after a video shows the host using a racial slur. She's apologized. She says the offensive word is wrong. It's not part of my vocabulary. So we've got a little opportunity here to use morality as a tool for personal advancement. So our moral claims are not so much about truth and morality. They are much more about signaling for our coalition. So the outrage over her use of a slur and the cancellation of her show, these are all moves in a high-stakes game of social positioning and status. Right? We don't punish Nicole Curtis because she's wrong or said a bad word. We punish her because it gives us an opportunity to advance ourselves by diminishing her. So if you signal your allegiance to the anti-racism elite power center, then you can do that very effectively by punishing this woman for using a bad word. Now, she's trying to follow her own alliance-based strategy. She's saying, oh, she's committed to her family and the community and the people who truly know her. She's trying to retreat from the hostile anti-racism power complex to a private domain, and she's receiving a ton of vitriolic message, right? Because people want to signal how committed they are to anti-racism. So the more aggressive and hyperbolic you are in your condemnation, right, the more you can signal that you are the most pure member of this righteous alliance. So you have a moral arms race where the goal is to out-condemn others to secure your own safety and status.
You'll start feeling more integrated. You'll start feeling more into alignment, and your problems will be solved. But it won't be easy. You're going to have to make a lot of...
Oh, it won't be easy. There's going to be aggressive levels of discomfort.
A lot of sacrifices will have to be made. I think that's got to be the universal playbook for cults, right?
Oh, yeah. And I just love how the interviewer here, there are times where, you know, like when she was saying, you know, these Gen Z and millennials.
So not only do I have a soft spot for gurus and for cults, I also have a soft spot for the wacky and the alternative and acupuncture and chiropractic and all these other things, right? I got a soft spot because if you go pay $80 for an acupuncture session, you get someone who cares for you. You get to buy nurturing in a way that's legal. And so when I feel most empty, when I feel most needy, when I feel most emotionally vulnerable, the more intensely I feel incentivized to go pay someone to appear to care for me. If you go to an ordinary doctor, you get efficiency, right? The doctor may spend just 5-10 minutes with you, right? They don't tell you how much they cared about you. It just feels transactional. But if you go to an alternative practitioner, right, the time stretches, right? You get touched. It's individualized. The acupuncturist may spend an hour listening to you, observing you, working with you. Right? The chiropractor puts on hands. The physical contact, it makes you feel good. It signals that people are paying attention to you, they're present with you, that they're concerned about you. Getting a prescription for drugs doesn't do that. So we are fundamentally social creatures who have evolved to be embedded in the middle of a tribe, right? We need to feel recognized, touched, grounded, reassured. You don't really get that in modern clinical settings. But you can pay to have people care about you and provide soft lighting and calm music and unhurried conversation, right? You can be comforted. I like it. Feels good, bro.
Labeled a Trump apologist.
Russian asset, Russian agent.
Russian asset, yeah. So, you're taking an unpopular stand. I think it's the right stand. And I think...
Right, but pedo, I mean, if you just get barraged with the word pedo over and over, again, that's almost in a category unto itself.
I agree.
Which is why, when I was a skeptic of the Russia stuff, or, I took a somewhat countervailing view on a lot of Ukraine war issues, Israel definitely obviously breathes a lot of strong opinion if you weigh in. There was some COVID stuff back in the day. There have been other sort of Me Too oriented things that maybe I've gone a little bit against the grain on. But when you're calling it pedo, I mean, that's like that's what people believe is the worst thing that anybody could ever possibly be.
Yeah, it's worse than a murder.
Which is why, for a long time, I was really the only one that I knew of any, prominence. Not that I'm the most prominent person, but I really knew of no one who was approaching this issue from anything remotely like the angle I was. I have gotten whispers privately, as the months went by, suggesting some level of agreement. But even people who do privately agree don't want to subject themselves to the swine that's going to come their way if they were to engage in public from this perspective.
Yeah. So let's get into it, because I think people who haven't actually read your perspective on this, or the few handful of others, I'm not even sure how many there are, who are actually just looking at the facts, I don't even think people know how far the narrative has actually diverged from the facts. So let's just start here, because it's the genesis of the whole Epstein mythology. Is what precisely was Epstein accused and convicted of in 2008, and how do those actual convictions relate to the charge that he was convicted of, quote, pedophilia?
Okay, so there's something subtle here that I want to clarify. I'm happy, obviously, to get into the 2008 Florida conviction, but I wouldn't say that's actually the genesis of what might be called the Epstein mythology. To the extent that there is a genesis of what we might call the Epstein mythology, that stems from one single victim, which is Virginia Roberts Giuffre, or I should say alleged victim or purported victim. If I ever slip up and use the word victim in this podcast without...
So why isn't the Alexander technique, right, more popular? It works. It's highly effective. And what is the Alexander technique? It is a way to notice how you do things and to stop doing things that interfere with the most graceful and advantageous method of going through life. So if you've got interfering tension patterns that make you ungainly, that distort how you're moving or sitting, then the Alexander technique can help bring your attention to how you're interfering with your best use of yourself. So why isn't the Alexander technique more popular? Because it does not solve the status and alliance needs that drive people to adopt things. Right? Alexander technique offers very clear benefits, but it doesn't give you a tribe. It doesn't give you an alliance. It doesn't give you an identity. So the social practices spread when they signal your membership in a tribe, when they confer moral and cultural status, and they mark you as part of an important coalition. The Alexander technique does not do any of that. It is quiet, it is private, it is non-performative, it is perhaps primarily a technique of subtracting unnecessary tension patterns. There's no tribe to join, there's no badge to wear, there's no public signal to emit, and it threatens existing power structures. The Alexander technique helps people to learn to trust their perception, their inhibition, and their self-observation, which undermines medical authority, fitness authority, therapeutic authority, and gurus. So these things that create resistance to power will get pushback. So if people can feel and think more effectively for themselves, then all these other centers, such as medicine and chiropractors, will lose power. The Alexander technique is anti-heroic in a culture that rewards spectacle. So most popular body practices promise transformation, strength, release, breakthrough, enlightenment. Alexander technique promises a little less interference, more neutrality, non-doing. Most people don't get excited about non-doing. So when the Alexander technique teacher says non-doing, that means abstaining from unnecessary tension, abstaining from doing things that inhibit your best use of yourself. So the Alexander technique looks passive in a world that equates effort with virtue. Alexander technique does not convert your suffering and your victimhood into moral capital. So yoga and trauma discourse and somatic branding offer to turn your pain into identity, to a narrative, to a moral claim. Alexander technique does the opposite. It dissolves the drama. It doesn't incentivize grievance. It doesn't weaponize anger and victimhood. Alexander technique doesn't really scale because it's primarily most effectively taught one-on-one. It is slow, depends on a teacher. You have to experience it. It's hard to standardize. Institutions prefer certifications, protocols, metrics, apps. And if you can't bureaucratize something, you're going to have difficulty scaling. The Alexander technique does not flatter the elites. Elites prefer frameworks that sound scientific, neurological, trauma-informed, system-based. The Alexander technique is precise, but it's plain. So if you don't speak in the elite dialect, it's hard to gain status. The Alexander technique doesn't have crisis framing. So normally you can spread these practices by saying, you are broken, you are damaged, you are unsafe. Alexander technique says, you're interfering with your best use of yourself, and you can stop doing the things that interfere with your best use of yourself. So fear mobilizes social alliances much better than calm competence. So why is yoga popular and Alexander technique not popular? Because yoga offers us tribe, community, groups, things that you can do, visible poses, spiritual signals, identity label. Alexander technique offers subtle change, no spectacle, no tribe. Now, the Alexander technique survives where performance matter, where pain has become costly, and where your illusions aren't serving you. So musicians, actors, and people in performance value Alexander technique. So Alexander technique is unpopular because it doesn't signal virtue, it doesn't create a tribe, it doesn't flatter authority, it doesn't scale institutionally, and it doesn't dramatize and moralize your pain. So Alexander technique is trying to grow in a culture that rewards display, moralization of pain, allegiance to a tribe, and a particular narrative. The Alexander technique is primarily about subtracting your unnecessary interference with how you operate. So Alexander technique says you're not broken, you're just doing too much. Stop the unnecessary interfering muscular effort, and your coordination and movement will improve. So there's no great signaling value. There are no special outfits. There are no poses. There are no classes. It's anti-tribal. It's one-on-one. There's no crowd identity. It flattens authority. Teachers point you back to your own experience of reality. It's not heroic. Progress looks like less is happening, not more. So it produces competence without allegiance. It creates fewer dependents and weaker institutions. So it attracts people whose body is their instrument. Attracts people in performance. It attracts musicians, actors, speakers, surgeons, athletes, chronic pain sufferers who are done with the theatrics. People who value function over meaning. But it doesn't dramatize suffering. It does not promise transformation. It does not flatter your identity. It's not about doing something correctly. So yoga spreads because it creates community, creates identity, creates hierarchy, creates institutions. It takes private discomfort and turns it into public virtue. It attracts people who want to belong, people who want to do something that is healthy and gives them meaning, and people who want to be seen as doing something good. Yoga scales, yoga brands, yoga integrates with spirituality, politics, lifestyle, commerce. Now, yoga also has some weaknesses. Some people may get injured. It's not always most effective way to develop yourself. Yoga adds effort. Alexander technique reduces effort. Alexander decentralizes authority. Yoga re-centralizes authority. Alexander technique, when it's done well, is invisible. Yoga is visible by design. Alexander technique offers no tribe, no identity. Yoga offers many. Alexander technique resists bureaucracy and scale. Yoga thrives with that. Yoga wins culturally because it solves alliance needs. Alexander technique persists quietly because it solves functional needs.
Before, I don't know, vigor. Well. Yeah, so, okay. She, much like the other cult people we've covered so far, I gotta say, I gotta rate her like a 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10 at being a cult leader. Like, just, she's not very quick on her feet. She doesn't have the gift of the gab. And she's not that smooth. Like, it took her 8 seconds to think of her final little bit of wisdom there. But, yeah, I think she's a good example of this modern incarnation of Manveer Singh's shaman type role. Yeah, like she's traversing the spiritual realms. She's talking to the various entities that are out there. And, yeah, you know, she's revealing secrets. She's going to tell people what's going to happen in the future. She's going to, you know, give you wisdom, help you sort everything out. So that's theoretically satisfying, I suppose. In terms of
Steve Saylor asks, does white American culture exist? Does African American culture exist? So he knows one of the weirder woke dogmas is that white Americans have no culture. And there are many elites who speak of African American culture as the culture. What the heck is going on here? So there are all these social incentives for people not to talk about white. Now, white is the official term used by the Federal Office of Management and Budget, the native peoples of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa, in the racial checkboxes on all these government documents. But socially, it is not good for your status. Now, people adopt beliefs not because they are true or moral, but because they signal loyalty to a particular coalition. So when you say white Americans don't have a culture, you're showing your loyalty to the anti-racism elite power structure. By denying the existence of any distinct white culture, you signal you don't identify with this awful outgroup that is dominant and problematic. So you get to differentiate yourself from the hoi polloi and the masses who may cling to their guns and to their religion and, God forbid, to some kind of white or European identity. And if you say African American culture is the culture, that shows how cool you are. That shows you're anti-racist and that you are aligned with power. So any use of the term white carries enormous social and historical baggage, and people have all these incentives to avoid using it because they don't want to be associated with racism because there's no effective way to defend yourself once you're accused of being racist. Now, I noticed when I go to particularly traditional Orthodox synagogues that whenever the rabbi refers to something non-Jewish or to a non-Jew, my immediate reaction and the reaction of all those around us is to laugh. So if the rabbi talks about baseball or anything that's goyish, the instinctive trad response is to laugh. And it didn't used to be that way. So it used to be that Orthodox rabbis would invoke Shakespeare and other great thinkers in the Western tradition. But since the 1970s, Orthodox Judaism has steadily increased its intensity of in-group identity. So groups maintain their cohesion by signaling that their tradition is ancient, their tradition is divine, and their tradition is self-contained. So since the 1970s, there is less and less incentive in Orthodox Judaism public speakers, particularly in traditional spaces, to talk about any core practice or melody or belief coming from an outgroup, because that weakens the internal signal of how exclusive you are, how righteous you are. So you want to succeed within a strongly identifying in-group, you just want to glorify the in-group and denigrate the out-groups. So if you just talk about unbroken chains of tradition that go back to God and Mount Sinai, that shows that you are loyal to your in-group. Now, if you say, oh, this famous Hasidic melody, it actually comes from Napoleonic marching tune or a Russian drinking song, that creates cognitive dissonance for the alliance, right? That implies that the culture is permeable, it's reactive, it's not just all coming from God. So narratives and stories that say the out-group has valuable contributions to make are not usually a winning way to gain status within a highly identifying in-group. That if you show that customs and practices are adaptations of something outside the group, that's not going to help you within the group. So all communities, by definition, have to create a clear us versus them. And there are all these evolutionary, social, cultural, power, survival, strategic reasons why you constantly want to signal who you are loyal to and who you hate. The easiest, closest, most effective way to bond with people is to share a hatred of some outgroup.
Of what she does, it's, you heard it, it's an unholy gumbo of inspirational poster type level wisdom. There's those like trad, like paleocon type allusions there about, women obeying the men and so on. So a few vibes there. That healthy dose of space woo, I think that was my favorite bit. We saw the off-planet AI. The science fiction lover in me likes that kind of stuff. But the main thing, and you picked this up, the main thing is just the incredible vagueness. Whenever she's saying something very, even somewhat concrete, it sounds absurd. It's just something quite silly. But most of it is like an exercise in strategic ambiguity, just using all of those buzzwords and saying things that are incredibly vague that people can interpret any way they like, a bit like a Rorschach. So yeah, very, very much on topic for us. And of course, last but not least, the therapy talk, the manipulative therapy talk, and that cultishness stuff that we just picked up.
So I'm watching a funny show on Apple TV. It's called Shrinking. Harrison Ford's one of the leads, and the lead character is played by Jason Siegel. And the lead character in this show about shrinks, this straight guy, Jason Siegel, his best friend is a gay guy. Now, in my limited experience, I have never even heard of a straight guy whose best friend is a gay guy. And am I missing out on something? Like, if your best friend is a gay guy and you're straight, like, please tell me. It just seems not realistic to me. So I had to turn to ChatGPT, and he says, I'm noticing a signal, not a fact. And this pairing is really common in prestige TV because it's a way to show that you're elite, right? As soon as you have a straight male lead with a gay best friend, that instantly codes this lead character as safe, modern, emotionally literate, and non-threatening to elite sensibilities, right? You get to buy moral credibility, and you don't have to have the character sacrifice his masculinity. It solves a writing problem, right? Male friendship between two straight guys will likely drift into competition and aggression. But if you have a gay best friend, you get to have intimacy and banter and emotional disclosure, right? It's a narrative lubricant. And it reflects elite ideals, right? In a certain professional class, right? The bi-coastal creative milieu, right? Straight men have these close gay friends, right? It's not typical nationally. And the point of the show isn't about realism. It's a way to signal that you are moral and you are aligned with power. So Apple wants shows that promote warmth and decency and moral reassurance without any culture war abrasion. And friendship between a straight guy and a gay guy, right, delivers that. It says this show is humane, contemporary, and emotionally safe. And in the first season, there's even a same-sex wedding. It's funny. It's a good show, but some of it just feels off to me.
The end. I didn't know much about her cult and the stuff that goes on there, but I caught some hints of what goes on behind those closed doors in those embodied communities. How about you?
Yeah, so a lot of similar thoughts. I think in relation to the making yourself special motif, the claims of being a chosen one, both in terms of
And Glib Medley notes that Alexander technique versus Feldenkrait's method practitioner turf wars get ugly fast. So someone who grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, I noticed that the more intense the commitment, the more intense the turf wars. So with mainstream liberal religion, there aren't these intense turf wars. But many Alexander technique teachers, the Alexander technique is the number one thing in their life. Alexander technique teachers tend to be insecure because Alexander technique doesn't have legal status, and your own use is always on display, and people are always evaluating, oh, she looks pulled down, or he's got some weird interfering tension patterns. So there are all these reasons why Alexander technique teachers tend to be very insecure, which makes them very anxious about their social status and very anxious about anyone making the technique look bad. And because of the intensity of the commitment by Alexander technique teachers, you get very intense turf wars. But if you publicly talk negatively about different approaches to the Alexander technique, as I did, then you will be shunned, because every profession strongly penalizes public criticism of like inside politics, inside baseball within the profession, because it reduces the status of the profession. Professions rely on promoting a non-realistic narrative about the profession to get status, prestige, and money.
Like having these special abilities since childhood, and also going through this traumatic, satanic cult experience. These are all things that mark her out as special, and as far as most people can tell, don't have any basis in reality, right? There's actually a podcast with a childhood friend, her closest friend who lived near her, and they talk about their experience, growing up with her. And obviously it's just very, very different than the picture she paints. The stuff that we heard towards the end in terms of the exploitative cultish stuff. So if you've watched any of the documentaries, I think a lot of those motifs will resonate. But what's interesting is to me is that how much of it is not specific to her. You hear the same kind of hectoring, stern teacher vibes about how people aren't committed enough. They need to be able to go through the pain, reframing pain and sacrifice as good values, right? When they're directed towards her. And the interesting thing is, here, maybe she's attempting to pick up new converts, but I think in general, this is just, cross-promotional outreach on this channel. So she's not talking to her devoted core followers, right? She's talking to just the general New Age audience, but they don't seem to pick up on those vibes, So she is talking about the kind of sacrifices that are going to need to be made to join her community and so on. But, Emilio Ortez, the Star Child interviewer, none of that phases him, right? And he's just on board with everything. And if you look at the comments under it, they're all talking.
One of the biggest differences between the elite perspective on reality and the perspective of, say, ordinary Americans is with regard to free speech. So overwhelmingly, the elite want more restrictions on speech because they have power, they have elite status, and wide open speech threatens anarchy, chaos, and a reduction in their status. And people don't usually sign off on losing power and status. So what are the 10 favorite narratives by elites with regard to free speech? One, they love to point out free speech is not absolute. They constantly want to reframe it as a conditional privilege granted by institutions. And any limits on free speech, they're just obvious, they're necessary. So that shifts the burden onto free speech advocates to justify themselves. The elites love to focus on how harm outweighs liberty, that any psychological or symbolic harm means that we need censorship to provide moral protection. Elites love to talk about how social media platforms, they're private actors, they're not public forums. We have to launder speech through corporate policy. Misinformation, disinformation, these things are an emergency. These things are danger. Speech must be responsible. Responsible as defined by elite standards, right? Any non-conforming view is reckless and dangerous. It's not a matter of right and wrong. It's dangerous to elite power. It's all about the context, right? Intent must be subordinated to impact as determined by the elites and their institutions. So rules have to be flexible for maximum elite power. Vulnerable groups require protection because that extends elite power, right? Only in a divided pluralist society can elites rule. A united, cohesive society will not allow elites to rule. So elites make alliances with vulnerable groups and with various groups, the highly educated, so that they can exercise power. Expertise decides what you can talk about, right? Questions outside of these approved consensus are settled, right? Any dissent shows that you're ignorant and bad. Amplification's the real problem. Speech is tolerated, but reach must be throttled, right? Visibility is the lever of control for elites. Trust must be preserved. Public confidence in institutions is more important than allowing people to criticize institutions. Right? Censorship is just maintaining trust in institutions. So elites love narratives that make the case for censorship on the basis of care and harm avoidance, prudence, combating pathology. It's a way to manage risk and reputation and coordination in a high-risk environment and protect your status and power. So what are the ruling elite's 10 favorite narratives about economics? Inequality is a technical problem. It's not a power problem. It's not a demographic problem. We just need more expertise and more expert power. Another favorite narrative by the elite about economics is economic growth cures all social pathologies. Markets fail, but experts fix. Globalization, free trade, free immigration, that's all inevitable. Productivity justifies compensation. Elites make so much money because they deserve it. They have high human capital, and that's what explains their success. Any redistribution must be modest and managed by expertise. Anytime you add innovation, that creates inequality. Stability matters more than fairness, and there is no alternative.
About how much insight she has, that this is like a different conversation, such a wonderful conversation, like talking about shadow integration and so on. And I think there is this dynamic that we see in all the cult content that we've looked at, that there is a kind of back and forth between the seeker followers and the charismatic leader, and they're both getting and giving different things. And I'm not saying this means that people are deserving of exploitation, but I just mean they're vulnerable to it because they're not stopping and looking critically or saying, was that just vapid bullshit that she spewed there? Like, you know, they very much, they buy into this cosmology and this way of thinking. And yeah, it just, the world contains multitudes, but every time we look at these kind of people, I'm just like a little depressed at how we as a species interact and choose to spend our time.
Yeah. I mean, I do feel that these...
So even though I was sick, I certainly watched the Super Bowl. I did not watch much of the Bad Bunny show. I just think it's obviously weird in a country that primarily speaks English to have a virtually all Spanish halftime show for the Super Bowl. So I looked for an explanation to the New York Times. It said that the New York Times chose Bad Bunny because their priority is attracting popular performers. Right? What a lie. Right? This is an exercise in elite coordination. This is not about attracting popular performers. It's not popular to have, in a primarily English-speaking country, a virtually entirely Spanish halftime show. So it's another opportunity for the NFL to appeal to elites and to extend a middle finger to its fans. It's like, and racism. Take your HIV meds, guy, and go suck a cock. And it was stunning how virtually the entire mainstream media announced how wonderful this show was. Right? Why does the mainstream media love Bad Bunny so much. And a bloke who wrote 3 different articles about me, Noah Schachman, who went on, I think, to be editor of Rolling Stone, he had an article in the New York Times. If you hate Bad Bunny, I have bad news for you. Right? And why is Bad Bunny bad news? Because today's pop culture is multilingual, polycultural, and international at its very core. So why is the elite complex so enthused about Bad Bunny? It's not about the music. It's about signaling to fellow elites. Right? It shows moral progress on the elite morality scale. It demonstrates that they are attuned to vulnerable minorities and there is low internal risk of elite defection. Bad Bunny checks every box. He performs in Spanish, and that shows how inclusive they are. They don't have to change their power structure. They are uplifting the Puerto Rican minority. They can claim that they're just following reality, they're not shaping it. They can look virtuous while retaining power and control. And the uniform praise for Bad Bunny is the tell. When news coverage collapses into this kind of consensus, it means that the figure has become sacralized and is a key asset for the ruling power coalition. So praising Bad Bunny is a way to share that you share values with power. Right? It's not about coordination, it's about responding to incentives. So if you show any hesitation about Bad Bunny, shows that you're out of touch, that you're culturally backward, and you're possibly ideologically deviant. So people will not pronounce negative judgments when the reputational cost of dissent exceeds the value of honesty. So Bad Bunny equals the future, Trump equals the past. Bad Bunny is a cultural cudgel to say our multilingual, multicultural coalition, the coalition of the fringes, is ascendant, multilingual, global, morally legitimate, and Trump and MAGA and our enemies, the opposing coalition, these are a bunch of bitter white guys still clinging to their guns and religion. This coalition is obsolete and resentful. So Bad Bunny won't translate for the gringos, and that's praised not because the elites dislike English, but because it flatters them. It says that they are sophisticated enough to appreciate difference without accommodation. Right? Only a high-status audience would embrace a Bad Bunny, virtually all Spanish halftime show. And he's made comments about ICE and gender and other transgressions against traditional morality that are framed as brave, not polarizing. Why are they brave? Because they align with the elite moral consensus. There's no risk in celebrating rebellion that points in only one permitted direction. Rebellion is a good thing. Rebellion is praised when it reinforces the dominant coalition. Rebellion is condemned when it threatens the power. So any dissent is sick, right? If you dislike Bad Bunny, there's something wrong with you. So you can't disagree. It's not a matter of taste. Shows that there's something morally defective in you.
Spiritual and new age wellness communities are just ripe for exploitation. You can just see how easily you can slot in almost anything and they'll accept it because there's no mode of critical thinking. There is no mode of skepticism. There is no kind of, what exactly do you mean by that? Okay, well, explain this. You know, it's that mode where you're continually going to the abstract and using these vague words, very much like the sense makers do, is one that's kind of just designed to cut off any potential for critical thinking.
Yeah. Or alternatively, you know, Matt, we might have our gates locked, our chakras fused into a cold ball of steel. You know, maybe we're just not meant to transcend this three-dimensional reality to get to the ninth dimension and meet Source. Like Source.
That's a shame.
We're opponents of Source.
So check out these protests that happened yesterday in LA. Over 350,000 people rallying as the situation is hitting a real flashpoint around the globe. This is now street-level momentum in multiple cities around the world. It was yesterday's global day of action, and we saw over 1 million Iranians and supporters of the free people of Iran rally worldwide in dozens of cities, and everyone here is pushing hard for regime change amid the regime's brutal crackdowns. And then at the same time, the U.S. will have multiple carriers in the Middle East here within a few days. Mossad's David Barnea is coordinating in Florida, so what could be happening during those talks. And then President Trump's negotiating team has told him that a nuclear deal looks difficult to impossible with Iran. And then the Ayatollah is warning of an all-out regional war if he's targeted. But at the
So as I was clicking between various sources there, my left hand froze up. Is this the beginning of the end? It didn't work, right? Just for a couple of seconds, but one of the main characters in the TV show Shrinking, the Harrison Ford character, he has Parkinson's, and I learned that one of the characteristics of Parkinson's is that your body doesn't do what you're telling it. And my hand just like froze up there for about 2 minutes. Surely this is really bad. I need to get anxious about this. So one weird thing that I noticed about the discussions regarding war in Iran is how much it is promoted because the Iranians did terrible things to their people. That says absolutely nothing about American interests. It has no effect on American interests if Iranian leaders kill thousands of their own people. So why is this war being moralized? Right? Why isn't it being sold on the pragmatic basis of American interests? Right? Because if it could be primarily sold on the basis of pragmatic American interests, then people would do that. But because it's hard to make a strong, pragmatic, rational, self-interested argument for regime change in Iran, elites have to moralize the discussion.
At the end of the day, Iran at this point, it looks to me, doesn't have a big power backer like China or Russia that would step in. I mean, they've done some things to help out, dropped off some surface-to-air radars, just a few little gifts, maybe a few fireworks that China dropped off to Iran, but it doesn't look like they have that China-Russia connection that maybe some people thought they did, with the U.S. and Israel teaming up to squeeze off the flow of oil from Iran to China. So at this point, all bets are off when it comes to the relationships between Russia and China. But stay to the end because we're going to touch on all of these things a little more. Plus, I'll give you a personal perspective on why it looks like it's taking a while when President Trump said help is on the way. I'll tell you at the end of this video, just on a personal note, of what I think is going on, so stay to the end for that. But with the protests amplifying, carriers positioning, intel syncing up, it's like the situation is about to finally reach a climax. Yesterday, February 14th, exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi called for the global day of action, and it delivered big.
So every video this guy puts out is hyperbolic about, something huge just happened.
Over 1 million people rallied across 30 countries, 73 cities. Some of the biggest turnouts were in Munich, around 250,000 at the Munich Security Conference sidelines. LA hit a historic 350,000, and Toronto hit around 350,000 as well. Protesters waved the pre-1979 flag, and they chanted for regime.
It says nothing about American interests. How many people show up to a protest? Foreign policy is decided by a tiny number of elites.
Overthrow, and they're basically backing that internal uprising where tens of thousands of Iranians have been killed. We likely won't get the exact number out of the regime, obviously, but these are incredibly brave protesters basically facing this brutal regime head on with a ton of courage.
Yeah, why? It's a tell that the discourse about a pragmatic
and I guess,
does the United States have a vital interest in overthrowing the ruling Iranian regime? If you have to make this primarily on this moral basis, it shows that you don't have strong pragmatic basis. I like Adam Carolla. He has a ton of common sense. He's doing a show here. It has California Hit Rock.
Yeah, the project.
It takes time away from the thing that you should be doing.
It takes time away, but it also is like, what if you just went, look, when you're hungry and you're really hungry and you just talk about wanting to get an In-N-Out burger and how badly and how good that would taste, like an In-N-Out burger, if you talk about it for 10 minutes, you just want it more. But what if you talked about the In-N-Out burger and when you're done talking about it, you weren't that hungry? Like it sort of felt like you had an In-N-Out burger because you talked about it enough.
Sure.
That's how it works. You never go get it. You just...
He's making the profound point that often the more you talk about something, the less incentive you will feel to do something. So some people are talkers and some people are doers.
Talk about it. All right. This is a woman of color. I don't know who it is. It's a student. I guess it's California Report of Student Achievement thing. I don't know if this story's... I think it's out of California. But now there's a whole thing, too, where women and men, but mostly women, have figured out that when they tell people that this is problematic and they're hurt and they don't appreciate, that they can kind of control the room. Like, I always knew it on some weird level that my daughter and my ex-wife would use their emotions to sort of control the room versus me and my son, who didn't use any of our emotions. So it's like, you'd go, well, you got to go in there and tell them they got to clean up the room, but they could freak out on you. And then you'd go.
When people realize that you have been manipulating them, people don't react calmly to that. Right? People react with great anger and hostility. People don't like being manipulated. People don't like it when the ruling elite use narratives that are incredibly manipulative. So here are the ruling elite's 10 favorite narratives. Right? It's structural injustice that explains inequality. Expertise must override popular will. Process is justice. Harm is primarily symbolic and psychological as decided by us. History is destiny. Markets are dangerous, but expertise is benevolent. Disagreement shows a moral defect. Inclusion requires more management, bureaucracy, and government intervention. Crisis justifies suspension of normal rights and rules. Progress is measured by alignment with elite sensibilities. I think that's a pretty good outline of the elite's favorite narratives.
Go, just leave them alone. It's blackmail.
Yeah.
It's fucking blackmail. And by the way, it is no different than playing the race card. If you have it, if you can play that race card and you know it, you'll use it.
Absolutely.
Even if you don't know you're using it, you will. Every single time you say to one of these black congresswomen, oh, it's because I'm black. It's like, no, you've been embezzling or whatever it is. Whatever it is you said you were going to do, you didn't do. You did something else, but they always weave it in. Why wouldn't you? So this sort of emotional blackmail. And by the way, I had shitty guy roommates. It was like, I'm not going to tell Ralph to do the dish. Those are his dishes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fucking get into it with Ralph. He's going to fucking get pissed. I'll just go fucking do the dishes.
And then the roommates who agree with Ralph and go, why are you getting on Ralph's ass? Like, that's the other problem is there's people in their lives that agree with them.
I don't. Well, yes, but I will say this. The bigger problem, like when I used to work over at Kimmel, they have writers. And the writers... where there's for the sake of whatever, let's say there's just 10 writers, and they'd have to go out and shoot shit over the weekend. Uncle Frank's going to the farmer's market, right? Well, there were a handful of those writers that were divas and pains in the ass and kind of little bitches. You know what I mean? And then there are other writers that were more like you, a little easier, or my son, and the other ones were more like my daughter. At least their former selves. Or my son's still that way. My daughter mellowed out. But what would inevitably happen is it'd come time to Uncle Frank was going to go to the farmer's market on Saturday. And none of the writers wanted to kill a whole Saturday walking around for free, basically, because they're on payroll, And so you'd go, Gus, you're going to go out with Uncle Frank and he'd go, I went out the last 2 times. Tell Tony to do it. He never goes out. Yeah, but he's going to pitch a fucking fit. I don't want to fucking deal with that. He's going to fucking tell me. I don't even want to deal that way. So, Gus, you just go. Meanwhile, poor Gus has to go out all the fucking time now because Tony's being a bitch, right? But people learn it. They learn it, and it's not that they learn it. They're being taught it.
Yeah.
Don't fuck with me. I'm a fucking...
It's touching on the two economies. We're having the pragmatic, algorithmic economy, and we have the moralized, credentialized economy. And the pragmatic economy is the one that's growing.
Mess. I'll fucking have a breakdown in front of your ass, and you'll be super uncomfortable, and then you'll just eventually do what I want you to do, or I won't do what you want me to do because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a chick thing. They learn it. When you have young daughters and young sons, you learn the women use it fast.
Yeah.
I mean, all through COVID, it was like, oh, take your shoes off before you come in the house. And what are you talking about, shoes? Just take the shoes off, because she's going to have a fucking meltdown.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And the moms become enablers because they're like, she's crying, okay? And it's like, okay, I'm wearing shoes in my house during COVID.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So, but no, it's a fucking meltdown. Gotten to too many of them. And then you just kick your shoes off.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to fucking
deal with it. Yeah.
Right. And then at some point, when your son comes walking through with his shoes on, you go, take your shoes off. I don't want to fucking deal with these nut jobs.
Your mom's on a rampage.
So then you get women of color, and now you get a 1-2 punch. You get a jab with a cross. You got a woman and of color, and now they feel like they can just fucking tell everybody everything all the time. Like I said, when they get busted, when they're mayor, the governor, whatever, they don't even apologize. They just go, fuck you. Right.
Yeah.
All right. So here's Chick Think, a 101. And by the way, this is why we're where we're at today. This is why. I'm sure this is from a blue state. It's a board meeting. Do we know where it's from, though? Does it say it on there? Oh, it says it down there. California. All right. This is why California is going to be uninhabitable in 19 months.
I have a lot to say, and I will speak plainly. And you may not like it.
So hold on. Already there's fucking 5 white guys in the back going, oh, fuck.
God damn it.
Fuck. Oh, shit, this one.
Why are people named Joy the least joyous people on the planet?
The most miserable
No
people
shit.
on the planet. Yeah, all right. So now, look out. She's going to speak the truth, everybody. We may not like it, but here we go.
I am personally offended by what was presented.
Uh-oh. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is.
On so many different levels.
Oh, no. Oh, we've disappointed Her Highness.
One thing I would like to see updated is the word homeless.
Oh, God.
To unhoused.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Huge difference.
You solved the problem, lady.
No more.
I'm not done.
And I just don't want.
By the way, it's always funny when the middle-aged white chick, progressive Karen, is like, Joy, sorry, but we said that because we didn't know. I just go, shut up, bitch.
Yeah.
What is the difference? By the way, what's the difference between homeless and unhoused? Why don't you explain to me? So anyway, the white Karen chick, who by the way, does not want to be called racist, so she's worried now. So she's like, all right, here's her explanation, sir.
Mr. Berman for this to be on him. That's the way our state of California, that's the language that they use, and that's their
That doesn't mean that's the language we have to use. I'm making a statement, and I'd like to
just
have
want
my
to make
time
sure
to
that
finish.
he's not.
I understand that. I recognize.
Okay, hold on. What the fuck difference is this going to make with the homeless population? Yeah. She goes home, pours herself a bottle, a nice glass of Chardonnay, and sits down and goes, mission accomplished, because I pissed everyone off and I upset everyone and I took control and I told them how upset I was and how this was unacceptable and there's no less homeless.
So Kabbalah means Jewish mysticism. And there is a Reform rabbi who has done a better job at explaining Jewish mysticism to me than anyone I've ever heard. His name's Mordechai Finley. And he once made a remark that if you love a text or you love a story, like, ask yourself why you love it. So I think we all love this anecdote and this video clip here because it reflects, it embodies a frustration that we often feel in daily life. And there's something, right, you could call this hate porn, right? If you're on the right, right, I'm feeding you up hate porn. Now, if you love literature, you love a story, you love a film, love TV, love a video clip, love a social media post, like, ask, why do I love it? And so I was curious why I love the Christian hymn, Abide With Me, because I'm a convert to Orthodox Judaism. Every single social incentive I have as a member of a strongly identifying in-group is not to say anything positive about a Christian hymn. And it's not because I have any belief in Christian theology, but I just love this hymn. So I'm just kind of curious, why do I love this hymn? Right? If you love that clip or that Adam Carolla breakdown, like, why do you love it? What needs does it meet? So ChatGPT says, I love Abide With Me because it speaks to that part of me that predates theology and survives conversion. It's a dusk hymn. It's not triumphant. It's not evangelical. It's not super particularly Christian. Right? It's a dusk hymn. It lives in an hour when certainties thin out. Right? And that hour of dusk, it mattered in my Seventh-day Adventist childhood with its Sabbath sunsets and end-time consciousness. So the hymn is saturated with mortality, impermanence, fear, anxiety, fear of being alone when structures and support fall away. So that emotional grammar got laid down early in my life, and it still resonates. So the hymn's not really about Christianity or Christology. It's about the presence of God. So God, stay with me as the light fades. Stay with me as helpers fail. Stay with me as institution fails. Right? This map could still hit me in my Jewish inner life. Traditional Judaism is far more comfortable than, say, Protestantism with endurance, waiting, living without guarantees. So the God of this hymn, right, it feels close to me, the hidden God that is referenced in the Jewish tradition. It's not really the born-again Redeemer God of Christian theology. And my conversion to Orthodox Judaism does not erase my early attachments. It just reorganizes them. Right? I converted because I wanted a thicker, different covenant with God. I wanted more discipline, more intense community, more obligation, something more law, something that made more sense to me. And the hymn doesn't compete with that. It's underneath that. Right? It sits at the area where the fear of night and loneliness and the desire for connection, this pre-theological yearning that I have, it hits there. And by growing up Seventh-day Adventist, and Adventism is obsessed with the end of the world, right? As an Adventist, you're kind of trained to live with the end of the world is nigh. Death, judgment, close of day, the last Sabbath. So Abide With Me is an end of the world, meaning a scatological hymn stripped of doctrine. It's like someone is keeping watch as the world gets quiet. And this sensibility doesn't disappear when you take on Jewish observance. If anything, Orthodox Judaism intensifies it through its daily structure and long historical memory. Fifth, there's no Christian triumphalism in this hymn. There are no claims of moral superiority. There's no certainty of being saved. It's just a plea not to be abandoned. It's a humility, I think, that fits with my Yiddishkeit, with Judaism, more than most Christian worship music. I love it because it's honest. It's raw. It just soothes my nervous system. Right? When you're sitting with the fading light, you're afraid, you're anxious, and you want God to stay with you. And I read this explanation, and it just made me tear up. So ChatGPT, boy, it knows my emotional grammar. Oof.
Homeless problem than there was. You guys wasted time with the distinction between unhoused and homeless. Yeah. Like you go, I don't want to call these people carless. I want to call them uncarred. Okay. You didn't get anyone any transportation. Yeah. This is a big fucking waste of time. This is chick thing. Yeah. This is all a bunch of chicks sitting around talking about fucking nothing. Mm-hmm. And no one ever pipes up and goes, what's the plan? Homeless, absolutely. Whatever. Yeah. And by the way, we'll call it whatever the fuck we want. I'd like to call them junkies who are shitting in the street. Yeah. But I'll be kind and go homeless.
I was going to say, it's not alcoholic, it's soberless. That's what they are.
Everybody who lived in the Palisades was unhoused overnight, but they're not homeless.
Yeah, how many times have a flight been canceled at 10:30 and the next flight is 7 a.m.? I'm not going to get a hotel. I sleep at the airport. So from now on, I'm going as unhoused as well. Yes. Give me the title. I want the badge.
The preamble about her being very upset. Yeah. And this is not all right on a whole bunch of different levels. And then in the difference between unhoused and homeless. Wait, does this go on anymore? And we got 10 seconds. Let's see.
That You're using the information that was given to you, that you researched, and I'm asking that it be updated.
Hold on. It's not updated. It's changed for you, bitch. There's no updating. There's updating.
I always say, that's kind of a guy I want, man. I want a dude like that who can kick a little ass every now and again.
Put the article back. Sorry, I'll just get into it. It's called Identity Relevant Intentions. Talking about a project or goal prematurely creates a premature sense of completeness. Am I reading that? Because the brain confuses the social validation of sharing the plan with the actual achievement, releasing dopamine. Right, that reduces motivation to perform the hard work. I cannot tell you how many fucking people told me about the book they're doing or getting together their hour-long special or the country album or whatever, and I talked to them 5 years later. They haven't done any of it. Mm-hmm. And they get into it again, and I realize, they're getting something out of it.
Yeah.
Whereas I would get the feeling of frustration. You know, my mom lived, you can put the clock back, thank you. My mom lived in the San Fernando Valley her whole life in her grandma's house, and there was no trees or shade or anything. It was just burnt asphalt. Like our driveway was just burnt asphalt. I will tell you the rest of this story right after this. And it's just...
Okay, so there was a viral article about AI and how AI is going to transform work over the past week. And I am an AI optimist. I think it will make the economy more efficient, and I think it will just create new jobs rather than destroy jobs. So I think there will be, for example, millions of jobs for people performing AI verification, because people naturally want someone to take responsibility. So AI is often more effective and efficient than people at performing certain tasks, but AI doesn't have judgment. So there will be need for people to verify the AI output. So I like AI. I use it every day. I want America to lead the world in AI. I think AI is essential for American economic and military dominance. I like happy narratives. I have a bias, right? I want to live on the sunny side of life. Yes, AI will disrupt our lives, but it won't render us useless. I don't think it will create mass unemployment. It will simply change employment. And one reason was very well stated by an economist, that we love the human touch. So AI does not have the human touch. AI doesn't have judgment. And we will want people with the human touch. Maybe we'll have more people performing nurturing roles. Right? We usually prefer connection with other people. Now, for some functional services, we primarily want function. We don't need the human touch. So it's not that we always prefer the human touch, but there are abundant areas of life where we want the human touch, and therefore there will be jobs providing that. Physical therapists, personal trainers, mental health professionals, caring for old people and sick people. So I think the threat of AI, in particular to many of these healthcare jobs, is vastly overrated. So as logic becomes cheaper and cheaper due to the emergence of AI, empathy might rise in value. The need for human touch might rise. Right? There will be less drudgery, less drudge work, and maybe more work that will demonstrate the human touch, human responsibility.
Crumbling, sun-scorched asphalt, and we didn't have a garage. It was just driveway. Oh, the house is 120 years old. There's no garages. And my mom's cars would just sit in the San Fernando Valley in the sun and just bake.
Fade.
They just fade. The dashes would crack. Oh, the vinyl would come fall. They would gas out. Like when you open them, you get a plume of weird chemicals decomposing, a bunch of plastic bleeding out, and she talked about putting a carport at the end of the driveway for like 40 years, I mean, I'm just talking 4 legs and a flat roof, like 4 4x4s, 8 foot tall, and 2x6s going across, skinned with some half-inch ply and then some rolled roofing or something at a slight angle, I could have knocked that thing out in 2 days.
Sure.
Never would. Never did it. Never did it. Talked about it. Never did it. I would, at a certain point when I got old and I got rich and I was a contractor, I was like, I'll just come over there with my guys. We'll just knock this thing out.
This is something that writing teachers and writing coaches mention, that often the more you talk about writing something, the less power you will assemble to actually write something. In November of 2016, Jacob Siegel read a thoughtful essay for Tablet magazine about the alt-right's Jewish godfather, how Paul Gottfried, willing or reluctant, became the mentor of Richard Spencer and a philosophical lodestone for white nationalists. And at the time, I sent off an interview invite to Jacob Siegel. I wanted to have a chat with him, and he ignored my request. But about 2 years later, in 2018, after social media upped its censorship, Jacob Siegel reached out to me for an interview. He was curious about how people on the dissident right would react to new censorship in social media. And so I talked to him for about 30 minutes. I told him to record it. Then I never heard from him again, right? No story resulted. And many journalists they just take, right? They have no interest in responding to your interview request. They just want to tap you when you appear tappable. And then however they use what you tell them, you never know. So this is quite a common experience. But this story by Jacob Siegel on Paul Gottfried was thoughtful, right? It had some depth to it. Now, it wasn't primarily about a profile of Paul Gottfried. It was primarily a boundary policing exercise by Jacob Siegel, right? The real subject of this story is the legitimacy frontier between elite conservatism, dissident right intellectuals, populist mass politics, and those taboo movements that must never be made normal. And so Jacob Siegel's primary job in this piece is to map out the contamination paths. And he portrays Paul Gottfried as a failed alliance broker. He's dangerous. He failed because he attempted to critique the managerial state and liberal universalism, and he rejected egalitarianism, and he never crossed into racial nationalism, but he misjudged how you assemble a coalition. And so he invited in all these dangerous ideas that delegitimize civil rights and equality and universalism and the post-war legal moral consensus. And so it's Paul Gottfried's fault that we got all these actors who optimized for Nietzschean power, not restraint. In particular, one actor, Richard Spencer. So Jacob Siegel's core argument here is not Paul Gottfried is a Nazi, but Paul Gottfried opened the gate and others ran through it. So Jacob Siegel spends enormous time on Paul Gottfried's class resentments, his sense of being slighted by the academic elite, about various ethnic hierarchies among Jews, his wounded elite status. Right? Jacob Siegel wants to delegitimate Paul Gottfried by pathologizing him and psychologizing him. So he's not interested in refuting Paul Gottfried's ideas. He wants to reframe them as pathological, as driven by status grievance, by his failed aristocratic aspirations, by his resentment dressed up as intellectual theory. And so he wants to convey these Paul Gottfried paleocon ideas are not dangerous because they are true or persuasive. They are dangerous because they are sick. They are pathological. And this is a typical elite and media strategy to dismiss ideas without ever engaging on them. So he repeatedly emphasizes Paul Gottfried opposes civil rights. He opposes racial nationalism. He's elitist yet populist. He's Jewish, but he's anti-neocons. So he wants to try to portray Paul Gottfried as incoherent, because Jacob Siegel wants to do service to his own ruling elite power structure by saying this is sick, this is not a program, this is unstable, this is dangerous. So he wants to prime the reader to see the alt-right not as an alternative politics, but as an epistemic junk drawer. And this kind of paleocon theorizing that Paul Gottfried does, it creates the inevitable outcome of Richard Spencer's. Right? These anti-egalitarian ideas attract hierarchy seekers. These hierarchy seekers will optimize for dominance, and these dominance seekers will shed all restraint. So Richard Spencer has become the alt-right movement's fitness peak, not just an embarrassment. So Jacob Siegel lingers on Richard Spencer's charisma, his youth appeal, his willingness to embrace fascist aesthetics, and that these Spencer traits win mass alliance. Paul Gottfried's intellectual scruples do not. So if your ideas cannot prevent Richard Spencer, Paul Gottfried, your ideas have failed. Now, like with every major Jacob Siegel essay, it always feels like he's reaching. Right? Siegel's always overhyping, overwriting, because he needs to warn elites about a dangerous dissident ideology and at the same time reassure elites that they are the moral ones. So it always creates this tonal strain. He must sound historically deep, morally serious, psychologically astute, politically alarmed, without sounding hysterical or partisan. So he layers in overwrought prose and references and all sorts of fancy narrative scaffolding.
Out, and she was like, "Oh, I wanted to match the architecture of the." By the way, the home she wanted to match the architecture of got bulldozed as soon as she sold it. Wasn't hers in the first place, but someone died and left it to her, and then they bulldozed it. So I'm not so sure about the architecture part. And I was just like, "You need shade." Because it's like you're having to put beach towels down because the seat's burning your ass because it's vinyl and everything. I mean, these cars just got cooked. The paint, the dash, everything got just sunblasted. And it was brutal. And the cars didn't have air conditioning, so they would just heat up and never cool down. And never did put that carport there.
Yeah. I heard an old story once. A guy would go down to a boat store every day and look at this really shiny boat. And he would go in every single day, and the salesman would always try to sell him, and he would always walk away. And then one day, after a few months, the salesman asked the guy, "Hey, why do you come in here and look at the boat if you're never going to buy it?" And he said, "Because if I bought it, I wouldn't want it anymore." And I think that is a lot with people where you guys talk about you want to solve racism, you want to solve all this shit. Subconsciously, you kind of don't. Because if you got it solved, then you wouldn't have anything to complain about anymore. And the things that you do solve, you then go on to the next thing. So it's less about the completion of tasks and more about having something that you can complain about. Because that's really your forte. That's your expertise, not actually having a skill to be able to accomplish something.
But also when you hear stuff like no human's illegal, like, well, if you're drunk and you're driving and you get pulled over, then you're illegal, and like no father.
So here's a revelatory moment from a Jacob Siegel podcast episode. It's episode 22. It's ostensibly a discussion about Robert Alter's A Literary Approach to the Bible. And it's just so pretentious and overwrought because Jacob Siegel, the host, is going to make authoritative statements about how awesome Robert Alter is. And Jacob Siegel is not literate in Hebrew. He has absolutely no standing to make the kind of overwrought pronouncements he's making.
Welcome to Manifesto, a podcast. Your regular visit to the archives of vanity, where men and women who stop making myths turn to issuing proclamations. Your guides for this journey, my co-host Phil Cly, author of the National Book Award-winning short story collection, Redeployment. Our crack producers, Adam Camara and Alexandra Lynn of Racket Media, and today's guest, Daniel Torday, a novelist, author of The Last Flight of Poxel West, which won the National Jewish Book Award, and most recently of Boomer One, published by Picador Press. And me, the slumming angel, Jake Siegel. May you continue to be a person. Dan, pleasure to have you here.
A real pleasure to be on, gentlemen.
Yeah, can you tell us what we will be discussing today?
Yes. So our central text for the day is going to be one of my favorite books, The Art of Biblical Narrative by Robert Alter, though we will be straying into said Robert Alter recently completed the first ever single person translation of the entire Bible. So we will be referencing some of his translations there, including his book of Jonah.
Right. It's quite an accomplishment, a single-person translation of the Bible, and I think it would be not only fair, but basically beyond dispute to say that Alter is the premier biblical translator, really, of the past at least 50 years, maybe the past century. and that he introduced a new approach to biblical translation.
So he has absolutely no ability, no authority, no learning to make such grandiose, hyperbolic pronouncements, but it's just such a strained performance that just seems to typify all of his work. And reminds me of this telling anecdote in a great book called Watching the English, The Hidden Rules of English Behavior. And so there's a little section in this book that I think is just so apropos for the work of Jacob Siegel. It's the ironic gnome rule. So if you spot an unexpectedly and unmistakably plebeian feature in a higher class garden, it's worth asking the owner about it. And the response will tell you much more about the owner's class than the feature itself. So the author says, I once expressed mild surprise at the presence of a garden gnome in a grand and tasteful garden. I said something intelligent like, oh, a gnome. The owner of the garden explained that the gnome was ironic. I asked him how one could tell that his garden gnome was ironic, as opposed to just a gnome. He rather sniffily replied that I had only to look at the rest of the garden for it to be obvious that the gnome was a tongue-in-cheek joke. But, I persisted, garden gnomes are always a joke. In any garden, no one takes them seriously or regards them as works of art. His response was rambling and confused and huffy. His gist was, while the lower classes saw garden gnomes as intrinsically amusing, his garden gnome was amusing only because of its incongruous appearance in a smart garden. Right? His gnome was a joke. It was a joke about class. It was subtle, an important distinction. And the author says, I was never invited back. So this man's reaction to my questions clearly defined him as insecure, upper middle rather than upper class. Right? His pointing out that the gnome I had noticed was ironic had already demoted him by half a class from my original assessment. A genuine member of the upper classes would either have boldly admitted to a passion for garden gnomes or said something like, ah, yes, my gnome, I'm very fond of my gnome, left me to draw my own conclusions. So the upper classes do not care what a nosy anthropologist or anyone else thinks of them. They do not need ironic gnomes to emphasize their status. So this kind of ironic signaling reveals insecurity, and this insecurity just seems to characterize all of Jacob Siegel's major work.
Should be taken away. Well, if you're drunk and you're driving and you have your 4-year-old in the back seat, yes, you will be taken away, and you will be separated from your youngin. Yes. So first off, whenever you hear these no person's illegal or whatever their pablum of the day is, and it doesn't even make sense, you realize, oh, that's who that person is, and we're never going to get any fucking thing done.
Mm-hmm.
You need probably the sort of.
So here is Kate Fox speaking at the Oxford Union.
Thank you. I've only ever done a proper formal debate like this once before. It was about 10 years ago, and I'm getting flashbacks because it was in a rather grand room, a bit like this, at the Royal Geographical Society. The subject, believe it or not, was the alleged demise of the British class system. And I was actually up against one of the big beasts of the Tory party that time, Boris Johnson. This was going to be Norman Tebbit, but this one actually looked scarier to me. In fact, my team won on that occasion, but I can't take any credit. The other two speakers were brilliant. Boris wasn't exactly channeling Cicero that day. Oh, and of course, obviously, any fool could see that the class system was very obviously still alive and kicking. So it was a bit of a slam dunk, really. But at the time, Tony Blair was confidently declaring that the class war is over. And John Prescott, I think, was telling us the middle class had won. At least he said we're all middle class now, so I assume that means the middle class had won. But 10 years before that, roughly, we had John Major promising us a classless society. And about 10 years, and there were debates then, There were debates when Tony Blair was talking, debates when John...
So what was the purpose of this particular Jacob Siegel piece on Paul Gottfried? He wants to tell his readers the alt-right is not intellectually serious. It's really a bunch of Nazis. Any overlap with the alt-right is most severe moral contamination, and if there's anything worthy about Trumpism, it must be completely severed from the alt-right. So it's really a piece of alliance defense. It's not an analysis of the truth. So Jacob Siegel cannot state these lessons cleanly, because to do so would imply that the ruling elite universalist managerial state has produced this populist backlash. So he has to displace causation into pathology, biography, resentment, eccentricity, and that's why it feels strained. It's a well-informed but highly anxious, strained elite boundary document. It's valuable as a map of alliance failure, but it's not really honest, and it's written under great status constraint because the author feels so insecure. Right? He's working too hard to try to stay acceptable. So from the perspective of alliance theory, right, we're all individuals who are nodes within social and power structures. We're not just independent thinkers. And so Jacob Siegel functions as a bridge between dissident ideas and challenges to the power structure, critiques of the dominant managerial class, and maintaining his own social position as one of the good guys. So he has the credentials of the elite institutions he critiques. He has Ivy League degrees. He understands the dialect and the moral grammar of the elite power structure and the legacy media and the national security state. He knows the rules, and he knows how to break them without becoming a pariah. He knows how elite coordination works. He knows how NGOs and tech platforms and intelligence agencies align to create a singular narrative. But he must maintain his own legitimacy. He must stay inside the tent because he shares the underlying values of the system. He just wants a better version of the status quo. He just wants a more honest journalism, a more robust liberalism. He doesn't want to tear down the cathedral. He wants to fix the plumbing. So he is a useful asset for the alliance. He is a pressure valve for internal dissent. And so Tablet can give him space for this role. They can provide a home for people who find the current elite consensus suffocating, but who are revolted by the populist alternative. And so this is why his work exhibits such extreme status anxiety. So if he was confident and secure in his status, he would speak plainly. He wouldn't need to be hyperbolic about his authority. Right? But he speaks in a very attention-seeking way. He uses all these complex abstractions to try to prove he belongs in the elite room. He uses all this Baroque, overwrought rhetoric to signal his depth. He must frame his simple observations about power as grand civilizational shifts. And this creates this incredibly awkward feel to his work. He over-theorizes because he is insecure. He feels like he must constantly re-earn his seat at the elite table through all these displays of erudition, which only reveal his limitations and his ignorance. So he's not a fraud. He's just highly insecure. He wants to offer warnings to the ruling elite and be valuable to them, but not threaten his own status. So he's a modest internal defector. He's a translator of critiques of elite rule. So he's a product of the liberal elite institutional journalism alliance. He knows its language, its moral codes, its data signals. He's not attacking the system from below like the populace. He's just disappointed from within. So he hasn't defected from liberalism in general. He's defected from a specific anti-Trump coalition strategy. So he says, look, this populist coalition, it's not truth-seeking. The ruling legal managerial class, it's not truth-seeking. I'm here to tell you truth. So notice what Jacob Siegel targets most aggressively: censorship regimes, disinformation bureaucracies, national security framing of domestic politics, and elite moral panics. Because all of these coordination tools keep elites aligned under stress by narrowing what is permitted to say publicly and by delegitimizing populist critique and dissent. So he wants to maintain elite coherence and rule as elite legitimacy erodes. And he's allowed to perform what he does because he creates controlled heresy. He criticizes elite behavior while affirming the overall goodness and necessity for the ruling elite. He still believes in journalism. He still believes in liberal norms. He still respects and reveres expertise.
Major said it. 10 years before that, we had Thatcher telling us that Marx and Spencer had triumphed over Marx and Engels, which I think was another way of saying the class war is over, the middle class has won. And, I mean, you can rewind back as far as you like, almost. It's at 1959, Harold Macmillan, again, very confidently declared that the class war is obsolete. And there were debates about that. Well, I wasn't even alive then, but I'm pretty sure there were debates about that statement. So it seems like...
So places like Tablet Magazine and people like Jacob Siegel, they create refuges for those who have some qualms about the ruling elite. It's an opportunity to dissent without exiting elite status hierarchies. So he doesn't align with populism, right? He doesn't reject elite authority. He does not support the mass intuition. He doesn't endorse populist epistemology, because all that would cost him credibility with the institutions that give him shelter. So he critiques how elites use power, not whether elites should have power. So he's an internal alliance auditor. He's a translator between different elite factions, and he warns about the dangerous things going outside of the ruling elite. So he's compelling because he exposes elite failures. He's not saying elites are lying. He says they're doing some things badly and it's backfiring. So many elites privately know that he's right, but they can't say it without jeopardizing their standard. Siegel will go far enough outside the tent to say these dangerous things, but then he always comes back inside the tent. That's why he always sounds to be reaching, trying to sound smarter and more profound, and more important than he really is. Hear the strain.
That really is the theme and the subject of a literary approach to the Bible.
Yeah, and I will say I sort of.
So very strong contrast with someone like Adam Carolla, who is at ease with who he is.
Well, what you really need, the guy they hate the most is Elon Musk, and he's the guy who does the most of this. Right. And which the other thing too, as the Elon Musk of my neighborhood, as the guy who's always building something and fixing something and like doing something, it annoys the shit out of the non-doers. Because it's one thing to sit around with like-minded imbeciles and talk about nothing. It's another thing when somebody's around you building something that you never end up building. It shames you. And so they have no.
So the upper class, those people with power, don't need to explain themselves. Your boss does not need to explain himself. The people in the middle tier have to constantly explain themselves. So one of the most telling things that you can notice, what are the unnecessary words? What are the unnecessary explanations? That reveals extreme status anxiety. So when the owner of this garden gnome has to point out the garden gnome is ironic, right? He is trying to manage perception of him. He's saying, I'm different from the people who sincerely like garden gnomes. Right? He needs to make a loud statement. So the upper middle class live in this permanent danger of misclassification. Right? They're close enough to the upper class to know how much damage a wrong social signal can cost them. So the upper class does not narrate. Jacob Siegel narrates. The upper class just assumes. So this is similar to saying that you like pop music or rap music ironically, or that you watch trash TV or pornography anthropologically, right? You can quote low status culture with a wink, right? Because you have plausible deniability. Someone with power and status does not need deniability. They can be sincere. So social class is not about objects or income or taste, right? It's about security and anxiety.
No, they really have, and like their reaction to Trump or their reaction to Elon, who are really just builders, basically. They're both wanting to build. Their reaction is like visceral.
Yeah.
They hate it. And then when he starts talking about, well, like we talked about before, we're just going to send in some people and get this permit process going because you can't do it. You don't know what you're doing. And they get apoplectic because now you're.
So the secure person says, I like this, right? The insecure person has to say, oh, I only like this ironically. Right? The secure person says the system is lying, the system is defective. The insecure elite dissenter has to say, my critique is historically grounded, it is epistemically nuanced, it is normatively serious. Jacob Siegel wrote about the alt-right in August 2018, and he wanted to emphasize that when he went to a Richard Spencer speech, and Richard Spencer started talking to him, that he refused to shake Richard Spencer's hand. Right. So he maintained as much distance as possible from this impure alt-right thing. And he wanted to claim that he saw the dangers of the alt-right early before everyone else, that he had no responsibility for the development of the alt-right, and there was this enormous moral distance between himself and the distant right. So he says, I was worried early about the alt-right, but I didn't overreact, but I never took them seriously in any way. So this is why his pieces have all this alliance hygiene. So he says repeatedly, the alt-right has just collapsed. The danger is gone. So he makes a category error, right? Movements of vehicles, they're not payloads. The alt-right as an organized coalition collapsed because it had no institutional base, because it attracted socially marginalized losers, and it invited repression without providing any protection. That has nothing to do with whether any of its ideas were grounded in truth. And Jacob Siegel knows it, right? When Richard Spencer asks about white identity becoming socially acceptable, Siegel recognizes that Spencer is touching on something real, but he can't follow through. He can't be clear. He can't be secure, because he knows that this would cause elite panic, that would fragment elite rule, that it would normalize elite adjacent ideas. It would make his own status very insecure. So he presents his interaction with Richard Spencer as moral theater, right? His refusal to shake Richard Spencer's hand is the emotional climax. I will talk to Richard Spencer, but I will not shake his hand. This isn't about Richard Spencer. It's about his own insecurity. He wants to signal, I am not contaminated. I maintain good moral hygiene, even in proximity to evil, and I know when to withdraw recognition. So he's practicing and amplifying and preaching about his purification ritual after growing proximate to a taboo. So it reads as petty because it's not analytically necessary, but Jacob Siegel finds it reputationally necessary. So he never deals with the core questions. What about white identity is a larger force? Right? He admits this is a good, strong assessment, but I didn't say so at the time. Right? He understood the structural issue, he understood the profound truth, but he recognized saying so publicly will place me outside of acceptable elite discourse. So he mocks Richard Spencer and the failed movement. He focuses on its ineptitude. He defers to some academic report, and he emphasizes that he wouldn't shake hands with the person who says it. So he displays classic elite epistemic cowardice, not because he's stupid, but because he knows the cost of saying the quiet part out loud.
Fucking shaming them. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yep.
As a gun-owning former teacher, I can tell you arming teachers will only amplify your woes, our woes. What year is this from? I don't think this is it, but maybe. Does it say the date of it? That would, if you tell me the date, that would help. Schools need to be a sacred place of learning. If the public wants to arm us, they do so, providing us services help kids.
So here's the sentence that would have been true, but very dangerous to his status. So here's the sentence he wanted to write, but couldn't write. He could have said the alt-right collapsed because it lacked elite sponsorship and protection, but some of its grievances were absorbed into mainstream politics in moderate form. And that is what happened. That sentence would be accurate. That would be optimizing for truth, but it'd be dangerous to his social standing. So he substitutes his performative moral victory of refusing to shake Richard Spencer's hand for a structural, truthful explanation about reality. So his piece is not so much dishonest, but incredibly defensive by an author, right to be worried, right not to panic, right not to engage too deeply, right to disengage before losing status, is strong in positioning himself socially It's weak as far as truth and wisdom.
Give us more nurses, psychologists. Yeah, well, you're going to need more nurses if more people get shot. But arming teachers have no place in the classroom. You want the guy who was hiding outside with the gun not going in. You're angry at that guy for not going in. So why isn't arming teachers? Well, let's just say, I don't think this is the right article, by the way. It's in the book, but I don't know which book, but it's in the computer. Oh, 2022? No, I think this is.
I like Adam Carolla. I've never read any of his books. So the tell in that little excerpt from his podcast is when Jacob Siegel says, beyond dispute that Robert Alter is the best biblical translator in the last 50 or 100 years, right? No scholar would say this about any biblical translation ever, right? Biblical translation is plural, it's traditional, it's tradition-bound, it's methodologically contested, there's textual criticism, source criticism, philology, theology, literary theory, all pull in different directions. So saying this one particular translation is beyond dispute, it's not confidence, it is anxiety and performance and status foreclosure, right? I'm closing this argument so I don't have to justify it by authority, right? It's a signal for consensus instead of evaluation and honesty. It's authority inflation with zero standing. He concedes he can't read Hebrew, and he could responsibly say, I like Robert Alter, or Robert Alter is influential, or Robert Alter is admired for his literary sensitivity. But he cannot responsibly say, beyond dispute, he is the premier translator of the last century, right? This claim presupposes that he has standing and judgment across Hebrew philology, ancient Near East linguistics, Septuagint scholarship, modern translation theory, Jewish and Christian interpretive traditions. So he makes a claim by borrowing authority from an elite consensus that he wants to belong to, right? It's classic pretension. He's positioning himself as someone who is fluent in elite intellectual taste, someone who has reverence for literary modernism, someone who is distant from populists and the devoted and the traditional approaches to Bible, that he is part of the serious people lane. So his claim of beyond dispute has nothing to do with truth and everything to do with positioning himself in a certain elite social status. So when people assert unanimity where none exists, they're enforcing class boundaries and social status, not truth. Right? A real expert would hedge, would contextualize, would specify. You might say Alter is preeminent in literary translation of the Hebrew Bible into modern English prose, but Siegel instead universalizes. Premier, last 50 years, maybe century, beyond dispute. Right? This rhetorical inflation is compensation for knowledge and truth. Right? It fills in for his lack of standing and authority to say anything here. And it's classic Jacob Siegel because this pattern echoes through all his work with these maximal claims, with his canonical name-dropping, his premature closing of debate, his pretenses to epistemic humility paired with his statements of epistemic absolutism. I can't read Hebrew, but this translation is beyond dispute. Right? I don't know, but the people I identify with know, and that's enough. Right? He wants to display his alliance loyalty. This is the intellectual equivalent of saying, I love the gnome, ironically. Except here it's, I can't judge the translation, but the best people have already judged it and they agree. Right? A secure person would say, I like Robert Alter's translations. An expert would say, Alter excels at X and is weaker at Y. A status anxious commentator like Jacob Siegel says, beyond dispute. Right? This is class signaling dressed up as certainty, and it's very Jacob Siegel. His work is so strained and pretentious. And you can understand why in structural alliance theory terms.
This is more like 2000 or 2019. But I don't know. Again, I think we'll just have to label stuff for our computer. We've definitely looked it up way more than once.
Getting back to the shame aspect of you being a doer and other people not being doers, go back to, you can even look in comedy. The people who continuously write and who are constantly going up and they're trying new stuff. I see comics that have been doing the same material now for 5 years, and they always say, I don't have time to write. I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to work it out. Really, subconsciously, what you're saying is, I don't think I'm good enough. Thus, I don't find the time to do it. Because if for every joke you wrote, you ended up with another $1 in your bank account, you would find time to be able to go and write. But because you don't think that you can actually pull it off, you go, I don't have the time to do it. That's why I don't go to open mics. That's why I don't write. I just don't have the time. I have kids. I have a job, whatever it is. You always find an excuse as to why it is it never got completed.
I agree. And I think a lot of people have a sort of outward narrative about no one's illegal and walls don't keep people out, they keep people in or whatever, some sort of weird collective narrative. And then they have an internal personal narrative about what they do and how hard they work and how no one ever appreciates
I do everything, you don't do anything.
all that stuff. And I think living in the world of invisible money and invisible tasks and invisible everything, it makes it a lot easier because with the ideas, in a world of ideas, I go onto the job site and everyone kind of knows what they do, but they don't have illusions about what they do. It's not like they go, I do all the work on this job site, but you can't because you're just sitting on the tailgate drinking Gatorade the whole time. Like if that's what you do, or you do. I mean, like when I work construction, there'd be a couple of guys that were a little less motivated than others and a couple of guys that were a little softer than others, but there's nobody who didn't work. Like, you're immediately out if you didn't work. There's some guys who sort of dug a little faster or cleaned carpets a little more thoroughly or something. But there was no, like, I do all the carpet cleaning and Ray and Chris and Todd don't do anything. They just were there too, you know?
Sure.
And it's very, you don't get delusional about it because everyone is just working. You know, versus when you're living in the world of ideas, then you're the noble one who cares more than anybody. And thus, there's some sort of currency to caring more.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not doing anything, you know, every celebrity gets up there and they stand with their brothers and sisters in Minneapolis and then they go back to Bel Air.
Yeah.
And they fucking
absolutely
do nothing, you know. So.
Okay, let's leave it there. I'll talk to you later, mate. Bye-bye.